Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Queens, New York, 7:30 a.m. High above the city, on the 28th floor of Building 2, apartment 1803 faced the morning sun. The light streamed through floor-to-ceiling windows, casting golden reflections across the spotless floors of the three-bedroom apartment. A soft glow danced on the polished tiles like ripples on water. Bufan sat cross-legged on the sofa, clutching a cushion with a mix of anticipation and irritation. He muttered under his breath, "System? Hey, system. Silence. Don't mess with me now. You promised. It's time. Come on, say something. Anything." Still nothing. Bufan let out a frustrated groan and tossed the cushion aside. "Grass," he swore in exasperation. You see, Bufan wasn't from this world. He'd come from Earth, or rather, a different version of it, 18 years ago. But whether it was Earth or this world, it didn't matter to him much anymore. In both, he had no family, no parents, no past to miss. He had grown up alone, survived alone, and adapted. It was all the same to him now. In this life, he was legally an American citizen of Chinese descent, living the so-called American dream. Government aid had carried him through childhood, and somehow he had managed. Not comfortably, but he was alive, and more importantly, aware. He had always thought this was just a slightly altered parallel world. Until that day, 3 years ago. A random incident, a moment of bravery. He'd stepped in to help a woman being harassed by 2 thugs on the street. Her name? Wanda Maximoff. Yeah, that Wanda, the Scarlet Witch. That day shattered his illusion of a normal life. From that moment on, Bufan realized he wasn't in a safe world. He was in a Marvel universe, a reality where apocalypses happened biannually, villains were dime a dozen, and cosmic beings snapped half the population out of existence without flinching. Panic? That was putting it lightly. He had no powers, no plot armor, no S-tier physique. If a supervillain and a hero happened to clash near his building, he'd be nothing more than collateral damage. A random name on the news ticker. Just another statistic. So he had pinned all his hopes on one thing: the system. A cheat code for survival. A golden finger. Only it never came. For 18 years, he had called out to it. Every day, every night, hoping for a spark. Nothing. Nada. Until 3 days ago, it had finally responded. And Bufan had nearly cried from joy, only to be hit with this reply. System activation delayed. Reason: host underage. The real-world red packet system can only be bound to adults. Activation possible post-18th birthday. What kind of ridiculous restriction is that? He had raged. Now, today, his 18th birthday, he had been waiting all night. Midnight had come and gone, and the system was still silent. His excitement was rapidly turning into existential dread. But then, his mind buzzed. A strange tremor spread across his thoughts. It was here. A translucent, 3D map flashed inside his consciousness. Real-time, with perfect detail, extending out in a 1,000-meter radius around him, like someone had implanted Google Maps directly into his brain. He could zoom in, rotate, observe people and objects in motion. Every street, every room, even the heat signatures. His eyes lit up. This is amazing," he whispered, stunned. "The system's finally live." But something caught his attention, a glowing red dot on the map. It was inside his apartment, specifically his bathroom. Zooming in instinctively, he blinked hard. Inside the shower was the slender, unmistakable silhouette of a woman. Graceful, radiant. Wanda, the Scarlet Witch. His heart skipped a beat. His wife? In both lifetimes, Bufan had been alone. No parents, no family, no attachments. Whether on Earth or in this strange parallel world, nothing had changed in that regard. He'd grown up fending for himself. So really, what did it matter which world he was in? At first, Li Bufan assumed this world was just a quirky, alternate version of Earth. Things were familiar. Technology, people, cities, they were all more or less the same. But that illusion shattered 3 years ago. It started with a random street fight, some gangsters harassing a woman in a quiet alley. Li Bufan had always been quick on his feet, and without thinking, he jumped in and beat them down. Only later did he learn who the woman was. Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch. That's when the panic truly began. Because in that moment, Li Bufan realized this wasn't just another Earth. This was the Marvel Universe. And for a regular guy, that was practically a death sentence. Villains ran rampant. Cities got leveled weekly. Superheroes fought each other, and innocent bystanders ended up as debris. And then there was Thanos, who could literally erase half the population with a snap. Li Bufan had no superpowers, no special bloodline, no magic hammer. In a world where collateral damage was an everyday term, his chances of survival were as thin as Spider-Man's webbing during a blackout. So he had only one hope: the system. That mythical cheat code every transmigrator dreams of. The golden finger of fate. But for 18 long years, it had been radio silent. He'd screamed "system" more times than he'd blinked. Over 180,000 attempts, and nothing. Until 3 days ago. That's when he finally heard it respond. System activation denied. Host is underage. Real-world red packet extraction system requires an adult body. Activation possible only after host turns 18. Li Bufan nearly passed out on the spot. What kind of logic is that? A system with age restrictions? He'd waited 3 torturous days since then. And now, finally, on the morning of his 18th birthday, he'd been awake all night, staring at the clock, waiting for the activation. Still, no response. He was ready to blow a fuse. Then, bam, a pulse surged through his mind. It was here. A real-time, 3D map unfolded in his consciousness, covering a 1,000-meter radius centered on him. Every object, every person, every movement within that range was mapped out in stunning clarity. He could zoom in, rotate, even track activity. It was like having a super-advanced Google Earth hardwired into his brain. Li Bufan's eyes sparkled. Finally, it wasn't all for nothing. But then, something odd caught his attention. A red dot on the map. Zooming in, his heart skipped a beat. It was inside his bathroom. There, amid the steamy haze of running water, stood a graceful figure. Flawless skin, silken curves, red energy faintly glimmering around her fingers. Wanda. Just as he was trying to process that, a robotic voice rang in his head. Ding! Real-world mapping function activated. Red packet system ready for initialization. Warning. Host must press the activation button within 3 seconds, or the system will permanently deactivate. This is not a drill. 3 seconds? What kind of sadistic design was this? Without thinking, Li Bufan slammed the mental button. Snap! System online. He exhaled in relief. That had been way too close. But he didn't have time to enjoy the moment. He had a very real-world problem to deal with. 15 minutes earlier, 3 years ago, when he saved Wanda from those thugs, he had no idea the butterfly effect it would trigger. Wanda had been vulnerable. And while most bystanders just stood by filming the incident, too afraid to intervene, he had stepped in. That moment changed everything. From then on, Wanda had grown increasingly attached to him. Maybe it was because they were both orphans. Maybe it was fate. But over time, their bond deepened beyond what he'd ever expected. Now, she was utterly devoted to him, to the point where, if he disappeared, she might lose control, and the world might not survive her grief. But despite the closeness, they'd never taken that final step. Wanda had been respectful. After all, 3 years ago, he'd only been 15. Physically, he might have matured early, and mentally he was far beyond his age due to living 2 lives, but Wanda waited. Now, that wait was over. He was officially 18. And at that exact moment, a startled cry echoed from the bathroom. Li Bufan's eyes went wide. Wanda's face, flushed red from steam and embarrassment, peeked through the glass. She glared at him, half playfully and half seriously. "You little villain," she said, her voice laced with mock anger. "Peeking at me already? Not even saying good morning." Bufan quickly raised his hands. "I swear it's not what it looks like." The system activated. There was a red. "I didn't know you were in the shower." Wanda arched an eyebrow, arms crossed beneath the towel she grabbed. "Oh, and how do you explain that?" "This is bad. This is very bad." He silently cursed the system for putting him in such an awkward position. But then a light bulb went off in his head. He put on his best innocent face and said, "Wanda, after today, I'm officially an adult." He gave her a meaningful look. "You did promise me something, remember?" Puff. Wanda couldn't help but laughed and gave Bufan annoyingly. "You silly little villain." "Finally passed," Bufan said. "But Wanda, you know me, I absolutely respect your ideas. If you are not ready, I will never force you. I apologize for my rash actions, sorry." "Do not." Wanda stretched out his right hand, gently pressed it on Bufan's mouth, and said tenderly, "No need to apologize, never need, my little man. I am not prepared, but for my man, I can prepare." "Good." Bufan was overjoyed. "Wanda, then, what about that? You little villain, don't think too much." Wanda snorted and groaned. "Today, Monday, I have to go to work, but I don't have time to mess with you." "Why?" Bufan sighed and looked down at his strong clone. He thought he would get his wish today, but he didn't expect it to be a bad check. Hiss. However, at the next moment, Wanda suddenly took off Bufan's shorts and knelt down in front of him. "Wanda, you." Wanda blankly gave Bufan a look. "Little bad guy, this is my birthday present for you. Enjoy it." For nearly 15 minutes, under Wanda's unremitting efforts, Bufan vented through his girlfriend's fiery red lips. Wanda rubbed his knees, stood up, and gave Bufan an angry look. He complained, "You little villain, if you want to be like today next time, see if I will serve you. My legs are numb." "Ines." Bufan, who was greatly satisfied, took Wanda in his arms and smiled. "Daughter-in-law, you have worked hard. I love your birthday present." Young married woman. Wanda knows. Chapter 3 Real Red Packets. Interesting system. 15 minutes later, the system officially started. ZZ. It was like a burst of electric current rushing through his mind, and a huge amount of information emerged in Bufan's mind. The system information he understands is as follows. First of all, the so-called real-life red envelope draw means that the system will start the real-life red envelope activity every once in a while. With the start time, the position where he is standing is the center of a circle, and there will be many red envelopes within a certain range around it. Secondly, red envelopes are divided into 7 levels, namely B, A, S, SSS, Demigod, God, and Ancestor. The higher the level, the higher the rewards for the items in the red envelope, such as B-level red envelopes. According to the explanation of the system, if defined according to the strength of Marvel heroes, it is basically a dragon set level. A-level red envelopes. This is considered an elite level. The S-level red envelopes are already at the level of heroes. Third, there are many kinds of red envelopes. There are ordinary red envelopes, which can be obtained by clicking, and there are also task red envelopes, which can only be obtained by completing the tasks issued by the system. Fourth, reward items are mainly divided into 2 categories. One is ordinary items, such as steel battle clothes, and the other is special items, such as Chakra Oi, which is a teaching book for Chakra in Naruto World. For Bufan, this is not a book, but a skill that can be mastered instantly. As long as you obtain it, you can immediately master the hidden meaning of Chakra operation. Fifth, and most importantly, how to upgrade. There are 7 red envelopes with the lowest level B. All ghosts know that B-level items are garbage, and they haven't seen the definition of the system. Dragon set level. What a joke. Suddenly crossing, although it was not my intention. Now that he has crossed, how can Bufan not be satisfied just being a passerby? How can he not fall into the name of a traverser? Well, in fact, this is all imaginary. This is Marvel World. Some supervillains will destroy the world at every turn of Marvel. Life-saving is the key. Anyone who wants to save their lives and control their own destiny is unreliable. They can only improve their own strength as much as possible. According to the system prompts, if you want to upgrade, you need to complete 1 to 3 ultimate tasks, sometimes once, sometimes 3 times. The trick is whether it is once or 3 times. He has no authority to know before completing the previous ultimate task. Now, he didn't even have a right to know the ultimate mission of upgrading from B level to A level. Damn permission dog. Having said that, Bufan, who received all the information, ticked the corner of his mouth and couldn't help laughing. Real-life red envelopes? It's really an interesting system. After a short pause, Bufan looked forward to the system. Isn't there a novice gift package at the beginning? System, yes. Really? System, excuse me, the host, do you receive the novice gift package immediately? Nonsense. Now is the best time for him to cook. Don't use it at this time. Keep it for the new year. Bufan said without hesitation. Receive. System ding. Newbie gift packs are being distributed. Please start receiving them. Red envelope 1. 100 by 100 by 100 red envelope space. Unit. Meter. Remarks. Only soulless items can be stored, and subsequent items will be directly distributed to the red envelope space. Red packet 2. The top hacking technique. Red packet 3. God-level singing voice and singing skills. Red packet 4. Wing Chun Zogchen. Red envelope 5. Bulletproof suits, casual styles. Messages flashed through Bufan's mind quickly, and all the items appeared in the red envelope space as soon as his thoughts moved. He quickly scanned it again and couldn't help being taken aback. For example, Wing Chun. The message is below. Name, Wing Chun, Chinese martial arts. Quality, B-level 2nd class. World, Ip Man. Chapter 4, Leaving Wanda. We are not a world. In the real map, there is only one red dot. Every time a real red envelope is drawn, it is of course impossible to have only one red envelope. It is the same as if you want to upgrade the red envelope. Only by obtaining this red envelope can you receive the second one. The red dot is not far from Bufan, which is Lao Wang's restaurant more than 100 meters away. It is a Chinatown with many Chinese. Lao Wang Restaurant. The owner is a native of Gansu. It mainly deals in noodles. Lanzhou ramen is a must-have. The taste is extremely authentic. It is also Bufan's favorite. I will take Wanda with him every other time, making Wanda fall in love with Chinese cuisine. Bufan got dressed and went downstairs quickly. Time waits for no one. Although 3 days are not short, all red envelopes will disappear after the time has passed. The most regrettable thing is not to lose, but that he doesn't even know what he has lost. He was in a hurry, but unfortunately, a phone call came, and the man said that he had come downstairs and asked to meet Bufan. Bufan was helpless, but this man had to meet because his name was Pietro Maximoff, Wanda's twin brother and his elder brother. In the comic setting, Quine was born 30 seconds later than Wanda, but in Marvel Universe film and television, the setting was changed, which also made Bufan sure that he came to the film and television world of Marvel Universe instead of comic world. Fortunately, in misfortune, if it is really a comic, Bufan may not be able to survive even if he has the system. Simple, he may not have time to grow up. How chaotic the comic Marvel is, I can't even think about it. I want to talk about all kinds of villains that destroy the world. Even a decent villain may become a villain. If Wanda loses control of his spirit, he instantly kills the world. How terrifying it is. 5 minutes later, the hustle and bustle of Chinatown. Lao Wang Restaurant. A red dining table near the window and 2 benches are very Chinese. Bufan and Quicksilver Pietro sit opposite each other. Counter. A chubby middle-aged man smiled at Bufan and said, "Why don't you go to school yet? Don't be too silly. You are the king of knowledge these days. Otherwise, you can only serve the plate like my kid." N.S. This middle-aged man is the restaurant owner Wang Dahu, and he's called Lao Wang by others. He also has a son and a girl who are in their 20s. He has no chance to study and can't find a good job, so he can only go to the restaurant to help. A family of 4 runs a restaurant. The business is very hot, and it is too busy, so 6 more people are invited. Bufan smiled and said, "Pharaoh, your family is not very moisturized. Your restaurant has not made less money for a year, and those who go to work don't make much money than you." A trace of complacency flashed across Wang Dahu's face, and he waved his hand and said, "What? All he makes is hard money. What do you eat today? We're the same. Where is your friend? He can't get used to our food." Wang Dahu stopped asking more questions and rushed to the kitchen back. "Second son, a bowl of Lanzhou ramen. Put more peppers and coriander. Table number 12. Okay." Inside, Wang Dahu's son responded honestly. Bufan swept his gaze toward the southeast corner. There were 4 burly men, 2 blacks and 2 whites sitting there. Immediately afterwards, Bufan's mouth twitched. Pete, because when his eyes swept over the 4 men, one of the white men's right cheeks suddenly flashed red, and a golden red envelope appeared with 5 words, "Fan, I have a red envelope." This is really real scene extraction, but is it too funny? Hello. Hello. Pietro's face was full of frost, and he knocked his fist twice on the red table. He was very dissatisfied and said, "I have something to tell you. You can be serious?" Bufan said, "Pietro, what do you want to say?" "I don't have much time. If you have something to say, you can make a long story short. Okay? Boy, this is how you talk to me." Pietro's eyes widened and gritted his teeth. "I'm rude, brat. If it wasn't for my sister's face, I would have fixed you." Chapter 5: Restaurant Conflict. Although Pietro said it was a showdown this time, he could see that he still had some scruples. He didn't fully confess everything, but he mocked for a while. He continued, "If you don't leave Wanda again, you are sure will die. Although Wanda won't die, she will do what she doesn't want to do because of you. So leave Wanda. Whether it's for you or Wanda, it's the best choice. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about Wanda. Do you really want to let Wanda do what she doesn't like because of yourself what to do?" Bufan shook his head and said flatly, "No." "Huh? Did this get rid of it?" Pietro was overjoyed and said, "So you want to leave Wanda?" Bufan, "How is it possible?" Pietro, "Pete, what the hell? Do you really tease me? And what's the matter with you look like an idiot?" Pietro gritted his teeth angrily. "Smelly boy, you are provoking the limit of my endurance. You don't think that with Wanda, you can really be so presumptuous to me, right?" Bufan said, "Pietro, you are also provoking my limits. Since today is the last time you said this, then I will reply to you for the last time impossible. It is impossible to leave Wanda. In this life, it's impossible. I can only rely on Wanda to eat soft rice and barely live a life." "Pietro," Bufan made a joke. His expression suddenly became serious, and he said indifferently, "Pietro, I will never leave Wanda, and at the same time, I will never allow anyone to force Wanda to do things she doesn't like or want to do. If anyone dares to do this, I will let him know how to write the word regret." Pietro was taken aback and looked at Bufan in surprise. This kid, at this moment, he felt an unprecedented domineering aura from Bufan. Not the kind of arrogant dominance, but the gentleness like a spring breeze. "I said, you can't. This kind of warmth and domineering, he has only experienced it in one person, and that person is Professor X." Pietro shivered all over. Crazy. He felt like he was crazy, and he would associate this kid with Professor X. Who is Professor X? That is the lifelong enemy of Magneto, the super among mutants. This kid is pretending to be coercive and talking big. Thinking of this, Pietro was even more annoyed and said with a look of disgust, "Asshole, your kid doesn't know what he's talking about. I'll say it again, you and my sister, we are not in the same world at all. Don't want to die." Bufan yawned and interrupted, "After you're done with Pietro, don't talk about the chariot. Is it possible?" I said repeatedly, "You are not annoying. My ears are all calluses. Do you still have something to do?" "I have something to do." After that, Bufan got up and walked toward the 4 men. Pietro dumbfounded. Soon it was on fire. This who doesn't know the heights of the sky dare to talk to himself like this? Hey, wait, what does he want to do? Don't he want to do what Justice Messenger was like 3 years ago? Haha, brat, you step on a nail this time. Those 4 guys are not ordinary people. They all have snake tattoos on their necks. Not wrong. Those 4 men belong to the Viper Gang. The Venomous Snake Gang, a gang entrenched in Queens, has only gathered up in the last 2 months. Now, of the 4 guys, 2 have eaten, and 2 others have poured their food directly on the ground, obviously looking for faults. Seeing what the situation is now, Pietro laughed, staring at Bufan interestingly, and secretly said, "The kid who hasn't gotten out of the ivory tower, you will know right away. We are not in the world at all." Meaning, there was already a picture of Bufan being beaten by those 4 guys in his mind. The kid had no choice but to beg himself to do it. Chapter 6 Wing Chun, Show Great Power. 6 Seek Fresh. The huge restaurant was bustling and very noisy the moment before. It has become deserted at this moment. Even the staff employed by Wang Dahu ran away when the situation was not good. There are only 4 of the old Wang family, plus Pietro, who is watching the show, and Bufan, who is ready to shoot. For the time being, the attention of the 4 members of the Viper Gang was on Wang Dahu's family of 4. No one paid attention to them. The white leader stepped on Wang Dahu's chest and laughed wildly. "Yellow monkey, what did you just say? Call the police? Do you think the police can help you? Tell you, this uncle is named Wilson, the Viper Gang. Even if you call the police, so what? The police can help you for a while. Can you help you? The police are gone during the day. Uncle come again at night. Will you call the police again?" Wang Dahu was dumbfounded. "It really is," the white leader arrogantly said. "Stupid yellow-skinned monkey. Tell you, starting this month, your restaurant belongs to our Viper Gang. Every month, our Viper Gang sends people to check the accounts, and you must hand over 80% of the profit." Impossible. Wang Dahu was anxious. Originally, he wanted to compromise and pay protection fees every month, but he didn't expect the Viper Gang to do so absolutely. Not only did they collect protection fees, but they had to collect 80% of the profits. Then they gave it to the Viper Gang. Work to earn a living? Then open a fart restaurant? It doesn't matter if you don't open it. Jia jia. The white leader gave a weird smile and jerked his feet. Wang Dahu screamed, "It seems that you are asking for money, but not life. You are worthy of being a yellow-skinned monkey. Money is more important than life." Wang Dahu's wife ran out and knelt in front of the white leader, begging, "Uncle, we were wrong. Whatever you say, we will do it all. Please don't hurt our head." The white leader smiled and said, "It's pretty much the same, but you're not lying to me. Want to delay time?" Wang Dahu's wife was taken aback. "It really is. Just now, Wang Dahu's family wanted to understand that the Viper Gang had already been eyeing them. It was impossible for this restaurant to open anymore. As long as they passed this level first, then they would slip away. Unexpectedly, he was seen through by this guy. Don't dare. Jia jia." The white leader gave another weird smile and sneered. "You yellow-skinned monkeys are very cunning. Don't think I don't know what you think. That girl temporarily lives in our Viper Gang. As long as you cooperate obediently, she'll be fine." He was talking about Wang Dahu's daughter, Wang Xiaotsui, who looked very ordinary but had a good figure and was already 21 years old. "What?" Wang Xiaotsui was dumbfounded and hid behind her. "The white boss is full of lewdness." Wang Dahu shouted, "Beast, what do you want to do? Call the police. Call the police immediately." Wang Dahu's wife kept kowtow and started crying. "Uncle, we must cooperate obediently. Please let my daughter go. I beg you, please." "Fuck," the white leader said impatiently. "Smith, what are you still stupefied? Go and get that girl over." "Higa boss." Snapped. At this moment, Bufan shot, slapped the white leader's right cheek. Crisp and neat. All 4 of the Viper Gang were dumbfounded, and the Wang Dahu family of 4 were dumbfounded. Bufan didn't care, as if he was all right. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Get a mission red envelope. Ding. Task. At noon on the day of hoeing, sweat drips into the soil. Who knows that the Chinese food is hard to eat? Is shameful to waste. The Lanzhou ramen you order is eaten even if you kneel down. After that, The host must ask the snake to help the four to finish all the ramen. Ding! Mission reward. Super Warrior Genetic Modification Liquid. No punishment for mission failure. Li Bufan glanced at the lands how ramen scattered all over the place, and the corner of his mouth twitched. I like this task. New book upload. Please support, I will break out. Let me talk about the setting problem first. This article mainly focuses on Marvel movies, including 22 Marvel movies, plus X-Men, etc., and then comics are set as a supplement. As an author, I will freely assemble and play properly. For example, Quine and Crimson Witch. In the comics, Quine was born 30 seconds later than Crimson Witch, but in Marvel movies, Crimson, which was born 30 seconds later than Quine. Secondly, it has been really bad recently, so I hope the new book will survive. Perhaps the popularity of Marvel has been okay recently, and the collection on the first day is not bad, but it is just a collection. The flowers and evaluation votes are horrible. Here, I still ask for it. 1. Add one more for every 3,000 flowers. 2. The evaluation votes will increase by 1 for every 500. 3. Reward every 10 people plus 1 more. I worked the code word, and I dare not say that I completed the edition on the same day, but I will never skip the ticket. In addition, I have 226 flowers and 111 evaluations every day. I voted for myself, so you can imagine how miserable the data is. I like this book very much, and I hope everyone will like it. This book comes from wap.fallowo.com. Chapter 7. This kid has a terrible character, right? Yellow Monkey. Go to hell. A black man with a hideous face took a dagger and pierced Li Bufan's chest. Li Bufan turned sideways and swiftly avoided it. It was a counterattack hitting the black wrist. The black screamed, his wrists numb, and the dagger fell instantly. Li Bufan took advantage of the victory and chased him with his right hand into a fist, hitting the black temple with a heavy hammer. Boom! With a muffled noise, the black man flew out, hit the wall hard, and fainted directly. This series of actions was like running clouds and flowing water. Within 2 seconds before and after, the member of the Viper Gang was GG. The remaining 2 members of the Viper Gang were terrified, knowing that this time they encountered a tough stubble, and they didn't dare to make any big claims. The 2 cooperated and killed Li Bufan from 2 directions respectively. 3 seconds later, in Li Bufan's dazzling blow, both of them vomited blood and fell heavily to the ground. Pietro was completely amazed. Damn it, this kid is not embroidered with fists, but real Chinese kung fu. When is he so good? Careful. Pietro reminded him again, but it was too late, because when Li Bufan knocked over the 3 Viper Gang, the white leader had already drawn his gun and aimed it at Li Bufan's head. Do not move. The white leader yelled nervously, his gun hands trembling. Li Bufan was as calm as a mountain, looking at the white boss with a smile, but a smile. You have a gun in your hand, and there should be bullets in the gun. It's still facing my head at the moment, so what are you nervous about? Fuck. The white leader yelled. Yes, why are you nervous? What if this yellow-skinned monkey's kung fu is good? I have a gun. Damn yellow-skinned monkey. You got into trouble. You got someone who shouldn't be offended. This uncle belongs to the Viper Gang. The Viper Gang. Li Bufan smiled. Oh, this sentence is also for you. Your Viper Gang has also provoked people who shouldn't be offended. The white leader thinks this yellow-skinned monkey must be crazy. Knowing that he belongs to the Viper Gang, he dares to be so arrogant. Fuck. Kneel down. I count 3 times. If you don't kneel down for this uncle, you will die. Li Bufan shrugged and said with a smile, Don't be so troublesome. You can shoot now. Guess, can you hit it? The white leader was speechless. This yellow-skinned monkey is a lunatic. Do normal people dare to play like this? Pietro also felt that Li Bufan was playing with fire and said, Hey boy, don't think that you have kung fu is great. No matter how good your kung fu, you can't resist bullets. He wasn't worried at all. Even if Li Bufan couldn't stop him, there was still him. He is fast silver. Li Bufan smiled and said, Shoot, why? Don't you dare to shoot. Fuck. The white leader was completely angered by Li Bufan's contempt and roared, Go to hell. Boom. The gunfire sounded, but at the moment when the gunfire sounded, Bufan's head could not be avoided. Pietro was surprised. His speed is very fast, his eyes are faster, otherwise the speed is lifted up, and he can't see anything at all. That is, the headless fly. Therefore, he can clearly see the trajectory of the bullet. The bullet flew past Bufan's brain. Maybe only 1 centimeter. Do not. Only 0.5 millimeters. Pietro was shocked. Is this kid a lunatic, or is he absolutely sure of his own strength? Next moment, Bufan had already bullied him, and his expression became extremely cold. You really dare to shoot. Chapter 8, Super Warrior Genetic Modification Liquid. 2 more. After the white boss finished everything, he looked at Bufan flatly, and Bufan said lightly, "Get out of here." Well, the other 2 members of the Viper gang, one carrying the white leader and the other carrying a fainting companion, also fled and left the restaurant. Wangda's family of 4 is still full of palpitations. Little Wang Dahu is like not knowing Bufan. This little guy, he is just a high school student. Why has he suddenly become a super expert? Bufan smiled and said, "Pharaoh, the matter has been resolved." Wang Dahu shook his head and said, "Not yet, Xiao Li, although you beat them away, but they are just 4 small members of the Viper gang. The Viper gang will definitely get revenge. Hey, this restaurant can't go on." "Don't worry." Bufan smiled and said, "I haven't eaten enough of your Lanzhou ramen. Today I will take a day off. It will open tomorrow as usual. Tonight you should be able to see the news of the demise of the Viper gang." Wang Dahu was shocked. He thought Bufan was going to single out the Viper gang. He nervously said, "Xiao Li, don't do stupid things. If this restaurant is gone, it will be gone. You can open it elsewhere. But your life, if it's gone, then it's all gone." "Pharaoh, what do you think? How could I single out the Viper gang?" Bufan smiled, glanced at Pietro, and said, "But I have a very good friend. He has a good reputation in New York. Even the government sells his face. He will help the poisonous snake tonight." "Friend, don't you say so?" Pietro was so speechless that he didn't expect this kid to stare at him. Never mind. Anyway, Magneto found their brothers and sisters, and it is impossible to hide them in New York. Maybe their brothers and sisters will start to flee soon, so they should be a gift to this kid before they leave. Kung Fu Kid, don't get too proud, otherwise you will die one day. Pietro left these words and decisively left the restaurant, following the 4 little snakes from the gang of vipers, preparing to bring the vipers to the pot. Wang Dahu will be skeptical, but there is still a glimmer of hope. Just like Xiao Li said, close the door for a day and watch tomorrow's news, hoping that a miracle will happen. After all, this restaurant was opened with great difficulty. If he had to, how could he give up easily? After Pietro left, Bufan also left and went to a boutique across the street. A system voice came from my mind, "Ding. Congratulations to the host. The task has been completed, and the task reward has been distributed to the red envelope space. Please check the host." Bufan's thoughts flashed, and he scanned the red envelope space. As expected, there was an extra bottle of red medicine, about 30 milliliters. The attributes are as follows. Item: Super Warrior Genetic Modification Liquid. Attribute: Ordinary items. Quality: B-level high grade, medium high. World: Star Empire. Use: direct injection. Complete the transformation in 3 minutes. Fuck, is there any mistake? This level of item is actually only B-level high level. Bufan quickly browsed the attributes of the item and was shocked. There is no other reason. This item comes from Interstellar Empire. What kind of world the Interstellar Empire is, Bufan doesn't know, nor does he need to know. He only needs to know what the super soldier genetic modification fluid is. According to the information given by the system, this thing is to enhance the combat effectiveness of fighters in the Interstellar Empire. The effect is very explosive. Even if it compares with the super soldier serum injected by the US team, it is not much better. It may be a little weaker. As a result, this thing is actually only B quality. How fierce is the God quality item? Absolutely more terrifying than a Marvel world, the so-called evil gods and gods, right? Bufan exclaimed, "Hello, sir. Do you want to see this shirt?" At this time, a blonde and blue-eyed shopping guide stepped forward and asked, but Bufan stopped in front of a row of shirt racks for too long, which attracted the attention of the shopping guide, thinking that he wanted to buy a shirt. Oh yes. Chapter 9, Qualitative Change. Explosive figure, perfect line. Wearing clothes is nothing. That is to say, the body feels heavier than before, but when you take off your clothes, the visual impact will come. Although the size is still the same, it has not become 5 big and 3 thick, but the edges and corners on the body are like rock carvings, especially the 9-pack abs and the perfect mermaid line, releasing a thrilling charm. TSK. Bufan smiled and squinted. Let's try it. He stood upright like a javelin, and then his whole body leaned straight forward, using only one index finger in each of his left and right hands. Under such impact, not only did the index finger bear it, but there was no pain at all. Call. With steady breathing, he quickly did 100 push-ups. It's easy and no pressure. Come again. With a smile at the corner of Bufan's mouth, he suddenly lifted his left hand and used his right index finger to do push-ups alone. Another 100. Then he slapped the palm of his right hand on the ground, and he finished changing hands in an instant. 100 more. There was still no pressure. Bufan didn't even sweat a single drop. A total of 300 push-ups took less than 3 minutes. In other words, he had one index finger and 100 push-ups, not even a minute. This physical fitness is strong enough to explode. At this moment, the beautiful shopping guide waited for a long time, worried that Bufan might have a problem. So he opened the curtain of the fitting room and said with concern, "Sir, are you okay?" The beauty shopping guide's eyes went straight. Bufan patted the ground with his left hand. He stood up like a benchmark, and the beauty shopping guide saw the exploding figure approaching Bufan. His eyes widened. Oh my God, this little man didn't think there was anything when he put on his clothes, but he took off his clothes. This figure is too explosive. With a rocky, angular body, every muscle on his body is clearly visible. You don't have to try the law with your body. You can feel that this little guy contains a powerful and terrifying explosive force in his body. Unparalleled power. Perfect lines. Daisy swears that this little man is definitely the most perfect man she has ever seen. He has never seen such a bursting figure. As smooth as a cheetah. Okay, I really want to touch it. Daisy's cheeks turned red. Her breathing became rapid. The eyes were staring, and the voice of the devil appeared in her mind. Bufan smiled and said, "It's nothing. I'm about to try on clothes." "Oh, good. Daisy hurriedly drew the curtains back. This time Bufan didn't waste any more time, put on the clothes quickly, took the shirt, and walked out of the fitting room, saying, "Wrap up this dress. I want it." Good. Daisy quickly wrapped up the shirt, handed it to Bufan, and then personally sent Bufan out. Bufan was about to leave. Daisy summoned her courage and stuffed a small note into Bufan's hand. Daisy lowered her head and said with a blushing face, "Hello, my name is Daisy Barbara. I am a sophomore at St. Peter's University. This is just my internship. If you can, please call me." These words seemed to exhaust the girl's courage, and she turned around and ran back to the store. Bufan opened the note with the girl's address and phone number on it. He couldn't help but smile, so that all the girls would give him a hug. Daisy Barbara, blonde and blue-eyed, is indeed a big beauty. It's okay to have fun, but the timing is not right. Red envelopes are important. After another half an hour, the second red dot appeared, and Bufan shuttled through the Queen's area and began to chase his second real-life red envelope. The time is hurried, and almost 3 days have passed in a blink of an eye, and it is still 2 hours away. The real-life red envelope drawing will end. During this time, Bufan didn't even think about going to school, and he didn't even return home. Chapter 10, Monsters. Terrifying Strength. For more, Queens subway station. Bufan went through the security check, walked towards the subway, and secretly said, "In the last 2 hours, the 9th real-life red envelope appeared. I hope this time I can draw the rewards of Hokage or Death World." At this time, mind, the system voice resurfaced. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have reached the qualification to know the ultimate mission. Please check. Like an electric current, a burst of information struck Bufan's mind. Ultimate Mission 1. The host needs to complete an intimate contact with Black Widow Natasha Romanova. The contact distance is minus 20 centimeters. Task duration, 7 days. Successful mission. The red envelope drawing will be upgraded from level B to level A. Mission failure. The ultimate mission will be changed, but it will be released at least 3 months later. After browsing the information of the ultimate mission, Bufan was confused. To contact the Black Widow, the contact distance is still minus 20 centimeters. Walter Jaffic, the system you really know how to play day by day, you are so tactful. And also, based on the tasks you posted, are you sure you're a red envelope real scene extraction system, not a rogue system? The task is still to be done. If the system is not completed, it will not disappear, but if you want to do it again, you'll have to wait at least 3 months. This is definitely not acceptable to Bufan. Thinking of this, Bufan walked into the subway. It was already 5 o'clock in the morning, the first train of the subway, and there were not many passengers. Bufan followed the directions on the real map and came to the third carriage and found a seat casually to sit down. There are only 3 people in this carriage: a yawning old man and 2 young people, a man, a woman, a man wearing a cape, unable to see his face, a girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, tall, very young, still in college, in a trance looking out the window. Bufan was so clear about the girl's information because it happened that he happened to know the girl. Daisy Barbara, the girl who stuffed a note in his hand in the boutique 3 days ago. Unexpectedly, I encountered it again, fate. Bufan smiled. Next to Daisy Barbara, the young man was standing, his right hand flashing red, and a heart-shaped red envelope appeared. Without words, it should be an ordinary red envelope. After a glance, Bufan's mouth twitched. Somewhat speechless. Early in the morning, I did not expect to encounter a subway wolf. There are not many people in this car, there are many seats, but the guy doesn't sit anywhere else, but sits next to Daisy Barbara, and he keeps rubbing his on Daisy Barbara, pretending to be pretty. Picture. Looking at Daisy Barbara again, Bufan is even more speechless. The silly Batian didn't know what he was thinking. Her eyes were blank, and the scenery outside the window flashed like the wind. She was completely immersed in her own world. She didn't even notice what the man was doing. He was very nervous. At this level, there is no one. The man had a joy on his face, thinking that the girl had acquiesced, and he was much bolder, and his right hand quietly went around Daisy Barbara's back and touched the girl's soft buttocks. What? Daisy Barbara jumped up screaming, only then realized what had happened and stared at the man angrily. The man is obviously a veteran. Even if he is found, his face is calm and his right hand swayed. Huh! A shimmering dagger slipped out of his sleeve and appeared in his palm. The man threatened in a low voice, "Sit down. There is no police here. No one will come to rescue you. If you cooperate, I promise you won't hurt you, but you dare to resist, I don't guarantee what will happen. Anyway, I have carried 3 lives in my hand, and you are not behind." Daisy Barbara was desperate. "God, my benevolent Lord, can you save me? Please, please come and save me." Her prayer seemed to have worked, and a sneer sounded. Tight. Chapter 11, The Right Hand of God. One more. I go. Bufan himself was a little surprised. This kick was too strong, and he was not particularly clear about his strength now. The man wailed like a pig, and immediately attracted the attention of the passengers in the nearby carriages, and they rushed over. With one piece, there are about 20 people. The passengers looked at Bufan and the terrible Metro Wolf, Mr. Wolf, in amazement. They looked at each other. They didn't know what had happened. Someone had already called the police. Mind. The system voice appeared. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Receive an ordinary red envelope. And the item reward is dash Metro Wolf. God's right hand. Item, Subway Wolf. God's right hand. Attributes. Ordinary red envelope special items. Skills. Quality. B-level high, divided into inferior, medium, and high. World. Metro Wolf Empire. Remarks. Metro Wolf Empire. This is the paradise of Metro Wolf. In this world, Everyone is working hard for the hand of the subway wolf with the highest skills, and the best among them is dubbed the title of the right hand of the god. Once you have the right hand of God, your right hand will gain incredible magic power. Women who have intimate contact with you will be 100 times more happy. No man is your opponent. As long as you have had a relationship once, a woman will never forget it. You can conquer 90% of the women in the world with the right hand of God alone. You are the deadly poison for women. This title is the highest crown of the Metro Wolf Empire, and its recognition even exceeds the royal crown. My Nima, Bufan almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood, looked at his right hand extremely speechlessly, and the moment he clicked on the red envelope, he had already acquired the inheritance of the right hand of God. But what is this subway wolf empire? The highest goal of everyone is to become a man with the right hand of God. There's actually such a country? Walter Jaffic, the right hand of God. It turns out that this is the right hand of God, so it's so domineering. At this time, the two police officers had arrived first and immediately drew out their guns and pointed them at Bufan. One of them said, "Hey boy, don't act rashly, let the man go." Daisy Barbara quickly defended Bufan. The two police officers believed, but they were still a little speechless. Others just use your girlfriend to be frivolous. But when you came up, you abolished one of the other's hands. You're just too defensive, right? Okay. The policeman shrugged helplessly and said, "Big boy, we will definitely investigate the matter. Now you just need to let go of the man, and come back to the police station with me. I promise you'll be fine, okay?" Bufan let go and chuckled. "That's not going to work. I have to go to school today, Thursday." Daisy Barber snorted at the police officer and hurriedly said to Bufan, "My father is Odin Barbara. He is a member of the Senate. I will call him right away. Don't worry, it will not delay your schooling." Oh, Bufan was taken aback. He didn't expect that this girl, who was an intern in a fashion store, had a lot of background, and she was actually a daughter of a counselor. The two houses of the U.S. Senate and the House of Representatives are in charge of different things. Compared with the two houses, the division of labor is different. It does not matter how large or small the power is. But compared to ordinary people, whether it is the Senate or the House of Representatives, they are at the top of the pyramid. There are 50 states in the United States. Each state, regardless of size, has 2 Senate seats. Daisy Barbara's father, Odin Barbara, is one of the representatives of New York State. In the upper class of New York, it is famous. The presence. The most intuitive expression is that when she heard Daisy Barbara's words, both the two police officers and the surrounding passengers changed their faces. The passengers looked at Bufan with envy. This kid, blessed, actually caught Odin's daughter. The policeman changed his face and said, "It turned out to be Miss Daisy. Don't worry, your boyfriend doesn't need to go to the police station. You are already victims. My name is Kid Michael. Please give Odin for me." Greetings, sir. Chapter 12. You, the kid, are worthy of Wanda. The passengers in the carriage followed Bufan's gaze and saw the toad people. They were all dumbfounded, and shouts of exclamation followed. "Oh God, what kind of monster is he? Mutant. My God, it's disgusting." Laugh. Toad's mouth opened wide, and his tongue was like a bolt of lightning, which instantly penetrated a man's throat. After passing it, it did not retract, but like a fold like lightning, it penetrated the throats of 3 people again. The mouth is too cheap, and now they all pay the price. What? Fear, like a virus, spread quickly among the passengers. The passengers were frightened and fled in a panic. The 2 police officers are no exception. "Please, that's a mutant. Don't run away at this moment. Stay here for the new year." Only Bufan and Daisy Barbara were left in the carriage. Bufan looked at Daisy in surprise. He didn't expect this rich daughter to be brave. The girl took Bufan's arm and shivered. "Let's go." Toad smiled strangely. "Girl, I'm afraid you won't be able to go. What do you think I'm doing here?" Daisy's breathing was stagnant, and she realized that this weird person was either looking for Bufan or looking for herself. There was horror in her eyes, and she trembled. I don't know what you want to do, but my dad is a member of the Senate. You'd better not be foolish, or you will definitely be in trouble." Jia, Senator's daughter. Toad stared at Li Bufan mockingly and said with a sneer, Yellow kid, with Wanda, you are still not satisfied, but you are still messing around with flowers and weeds. You know? But it's okay, just you kid, what? Worthy of Wanda. Humph. Li Bufan chuckled softly. Wanda is my daughter-in-law. What are you? It's your turn to make irresponsible remarks. You? Toad's eyes are burning. Daisy, this has nothing to do with you. You go first. Then you. Do not bother me. Okay. Will you call me then? Li Bufan helplessly said. If there is a need, I will contact you. The girl was overjoyed. Okay, then we're settled. After all, Daisy looked at Li Bufan with concern, hesitated, got out of the car, and left the subway station. Toad sneered. Hee, I didn't expect that your kid is still a flower protector. No wonder you can trick Wanda into it. Kid, I will let you taste the taste of life is better than death. Li Bufan said lightly. Idiot, you are not the boss, and you have no right to decide. Don't say anything cruel. Magneto sent you, right? Toad said in surprise. You actually know Magneto? Li Bufan sneered and said, I not only know Magneto, but also your purpose. I don't bother to talk nonsense with you. You can help me give Magneto a message and tell him that you're not allowed to play Wanda's idea. Otherwise, you'll be at your own risk. What? Toad was shocked. His face was incredible, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Is this guy crazy? He's just an ordinary person, and he's just a high school student. How dare he threaten Magneto? You, Toad laughed. You yellow-skinned boy, that's so interesting. What do you think the uncle came here for? Just to catch you, you stupid pig. Li Bufan chuckled. Of course I know. Don't you just want to control me first, and then use it to threaten Wanda? Boy, since you know everything, then go with this uncle. Toad's complexion suddenly became cold. His pimple face seemed to be covered with a thin layer of frost. His mouth was open, and the long, mucus-covered tongue shot straight towards Li Bufan's chest. Very good. Li Bufan's eyes narrowed. He was about to make a move to teach this clam severely. Chapter 13, Wanda's Little Man. Not at all. Black Widow. Toad was shocked and immediately said with a strange smile, Do you think S.H.I.E.L.D. also likes Wanda? Natasha pointed her muzzle at the Toad, snorted coldly, and said, Tell Magneto, this is New York, not where he went wild. Bang, bang, bang. When the voice fell, Natasha decisively pulled the trigger and fired several shots. Bitch! Toad, stunned, cursed a few times, and quickly flashed around in the carriage, avoiding a few bullets, and then a jump, flashed out of the carriage and shouted bitterly, You bitch, I will talk to you sooner or later. Afterwards, it must be possible to fight, but S.H.I.E.L.D. is also focusing on Wanda, and Toad must notify Magneto of this important information as soon as possible. This conflict broke out suddenly, and ended even more suddenly. Toad left. Natasha's right leg was still resting on Li Bufan's right shoulder. For Natasha, it was easy and stress-free, and the flexibility of her body was simply inhuman. Li Bufan's mouth twitched, but he thought of the ultimate mission. It's better to hit the sun if you choose a day. Now that I met Natasha, then today, then now. At this point, Li Bufan immediately retreated, but Natasha did not expect it, and then retreated. Boom! The two directly hit the iron wall of the carriage. Natasha's right leg was resting on Li Bufan's generous shoulder. It was too late to take it off. As a result, Natasha couldn't help raising her right leg, and in the end it was already level with her own head. Together. Vertical one-word horse. Fortunately, it was Natasha. All qualities had reached the best of human beings, and if she wanted to be replaced by an ordinary person under such a fierce impact, her crotch might have been torn apart. What? Roused Natasha, who also exclaimed, frowning her eyebrows coldly, and exclaimed, Boy, what are you doing? Li Bufan chuckled. Widow's sister, I should say this, right? What do you S.H.I.E.L.D. want to do? You? Natasha looked surprised. Her heart was shocked, and she was shocked by Li Bufan's composure. The information is wrong. S.H.I.E.L.D. investigation results show that Li Bufan is an ordinary high school student. But now, Please, this big boy obviously knows her and knows S.H.I.E.L.D. From his tone of voice, he can even infer that he also knows the purpose of S.H.I.E.L.D. Look at his calm expression. Ordinary high school student? What a joke. This 18-year-old high school student is not ordinary at all. Just as Natasha was shocked, Bufan had already activated the god's right-hand skill and quietly pressed his right hand on Natasha's soft and silky water snake waist. Zizi. It was like a burst of electric current. Natasha's body trembled, and her beautiful eyes showed indescribable colors. A pair of beautiful eyes, instantly blurred. It seems to have seen heaven, colorful, beautiful, and splendid. God, what kind of monster is this little guy? So effective? It seems that the system didn't lie to me. All of Natasha's reactions were naturally caught by Bufan. He chuckled and couldn't help but whistle. It seemed that the first ultimate mission was about to be completed. Little guy, let go. Not urgent. As a 10th level S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Natasha's will is naturally nothing to say, but she is still suffering. This little guy's right hand seems to have endless magic power, and there is always a voice echoing deep in her heart. Don't stop, don't stop. Every time she enjoys her psychological defense is defeated by 1 point. Damn little villain. Don't you want to know what S.H.I.E.L.D. is here? Put me down. Let's talk carefully. No more. Oh, Bufan squinted his eyes slightly. No hurry. Let's do something interesting first. Anyway, there's still more time. Chapter 14, Wanda's Little Trouble. For more, when Natasha returned to S.H.I.E.L.D., Toad also returned to the Brotherhood's temporary base in New York and reported everything to Magneto. S.H.I.E.L.D. and Brotherhood. The two major forces have all acted, and the dark clouds have enveloped Bufan and Wanda. As the parties involved, one knows well, while the other is still immersed in the little happiness of a peaceful life. I don't know anything about what's happening outside. The one who knew everything was Bufan, and the one who knew nothing was Wanda. The trouble had already come to his door. Bufan naturally started to solve it. Although Wanda didn't know the trouble, he encountered other troubles. The trouble stems from Bufan. He was absent from class for 3 consecutive days. Wanda worked as an intern teaching assistant in Zhongqing High School, and she had certain rights. In addition, she was beautiful and had a great personality, so she was very popular. She helped Bufan take sick leave, and the school passed. Therefore, although Bufan was absent from school for 3 days, it didn't seem to be a problem. But in fact, it's not. 3 days of absenteeism, for no reason, will deduct credits. Once the deduction reaches a certain level, you will have to withdraw from school. No one pays attention. But unfortunately, someone happened to pay attention. The man was Morse, the senior director of Midtown High School. He was 30 years old, young and promising. He was about 1.8 meters tall. He looked decent and had a small background at home. He entered Midtown High School from Wanda. It's like a male cat in heat. All kinds of flowers and gifts, hoping to win the hearts of beauties. It is a pity that the flowers are sentimental and the water is unintentional. Morse confessed several times, but was ruthlessly rejected by Wanda. One time was at a teacher's party. That time Morse also wanted to use the crowd to make waves and force Wanda to agree, but he didn't expect that Wanda would not give any face. Refuse again. The scene was embarrassing. Morse lost face and couldn't get off stage at all. Since then, his attitude towards Wanda has undergone a tremendous change. Various investigations, for nothing else, are to severely humiliate this woman and restore the lost face. In the office, there are only 2 people, Morse and Wanda. Morse threw a stack of documents in front of Wanda and sneered. "Teacher Wanda, what else do you have to say? As an internship assistant, you didn't set an example. You actually helped your students forge medical records." Wanda stared at Morse and said, "What do you want to do?" Morse smiled and said, "Ms. Wanda, it's not what I want to do, but what you want to do, right?" Wanda said, "Okay, I admit that I have neglected my duty, and I will give you a resignation report." "Resign?" Morse snorted coldly. "Do you think you can solve this by resigning? You are too naive, right?" Wanda frowned and said displeased, "Can I resign?" Morse tore off his disguise and laughed loudly. "Miss Wanda, you are really naive? Humph. You don't want to think about what you did to me. You actually think that resignation can solve all the troubles. Don't think that you and that what happened to the yellow-skinned kid is unknowingly. What? Wanda's face changed, and he secretly said, "Oops," solemnly said, "I don't know what you're talking about." You don't know what I'm talking about. Then Miss Wanda, tell me, what is this? What is this? What is this again? Morse took out a gray paper bag from the drawer and threw photos in front of Wanda. They were all photos of Wanda and Bufan. Some of them were hugging each other in the park or kissing in Times Square. This guy, Wanda glared at Morse angrily. You despicable and shameless villain. You are looking for someone to investigate me? Good. Morse sat on the office chair with a victorious gesture, sarcastically. Miss Wanda, if I didn't investigate you, I really don't know. It turns out that your private life is so wonderful. TSK Tusk. As a teacher at Midtown High School, you actually fell in love with your students. Oh, you're not only in love, you are all living together. Miss Wanda, I have to say, you really surprised me. Wanda blushed and said coldly, whoever I am in love with, that is my freedom. While I was with Bufan, I was not a teacher at Midtown High School. You can't control it. Chapter 15 Spider-Man. Old Iron, you are too good. Morse smiled indifferently. Wanda and Bufan. These young couples, he had already investigated clearly. Two ordinary people without any background. One of them is still a yellow race, and they want to threaten him? Haha, this kind of threat is really naive. In his opinion, Wanda's threat is nothing more than a desperate woman's fight between the trapped beasts. Not worth mentioning. Miss Wanda, you don't need to be like this at all. Morse's face eased and smiled lightly. Publishing this information will not do me any good. I have no reason to do this. I just want to calmly talk to Miss Wanda. Chat. Wanda, huh? Morse spread his hands out. Okay, let's be straightforward. My request is very simple. As long as Miss Wanda is with me tomorrow night, then I don't know anything. Miss Wanda is still a teacher at Midtown High School. You, the little man, will be safe. Wanda instantly exploded and said angrily, don't think about it. It is absolutely impossible for me to betray the extraordinary. And even if there is no extraordinary, I will absolutely will not see you as a despicable villain. You disgust me. Not only was Morse not angry, but he enjoyed it very much. He looked at Wanda in despair, and then let himself be ravaged. This was what he expected. He put his hands on his chin, staring at his prey like a hunter, and said with a chuckle, Miss Wanda, don't say anything so absolute. There is no betrayal just because there are not enough chips. I believe the chips I showed are enough. As for Miss Wanda, it doesn't matter if Miss Wanda looks down on me. I just need to see Miss Wanda. Wanda was completely disgusted by Morse's shamelessness and cursed, you are really disgusting. I also feel sick, so what? Morse shrugged and continued. Miss Wanda, if there is nothing else, you can leave. Oh, from now on until 6 o'clock tomorrow night, you have a total of 18 hours. Please consider carefully, don't be impulsive. At this time, oh God, did that guy get into Miss Wanda? Isn't he too awesome? A low exclamation sounded outside Morse's office. Now, a strangely dressed red humanoid monster, sticking to the wall outside the office like a spider, was dumbfounded and eavesdropped on the conversation between Wanda and Morse. This red humanoid monster is exactly Peter Parker, the trickster Spider-Man, a good friend of Bufan. Peter Parker was so shocked that he couldn't help but let out an exclamation. The decibel was very low. Morse, as an ordinary person, didn't notice it at all, but Wanda, a mutant, heard something vaguely. Who is outside? Wanda screamed and immediately ran to the window, and the troublemaker Peter Parker shook his wrist before Wanda opened the window, and a spider's silk exploded and fled in an instant. Haha, Morse shook his head and sneered. Miss Wanda, I advise you not to pretend to be fools. My office is on the 6th floor, nearly 20 meters away. How can there be people outside? Stupid pig. You don't know anything about this world. Wanda cursed, opened the window, and looked around vigilantly. After confirming that there was no one, he was relieved. Midtown High School. Canteen. It is lunchtime, and the students are all dining in the cafeteria. Bufan was carrying a sumptuous lunch, sitting at a table in the cafeteria by the window. Beside him was a little fat man named Jan. At this time, Peter Parker had changed his clothes and had no meals, so he hurried to this table. "Come," Jan shouted. "Hey, brother, if you don't want to eat anymore, just wait for the afternoon to be hungry." "Jan, help me get a meal, please." "All right," the little fat man said reluctantly, but he rolled his eyes and said, "It's okay to let me cook for you, but you can give me some pictures of Goddess Wanda." Peter Parker blushed, very embarrassed. Bufan almost didn't smile. Chapter 16, My Trouble, let me solve it. 2 more. When the fat Jan left, Peter Parker went crazy and slammed his fists on the table. He leaned forward and stared at Bufan angrily. "Old Tai, are you happy to see my joke? You are too much." "Lao Tai, okay, this is naturally red near Zhu and black near ink." Bufan smiled and said, "Don't get excited, Peter, what happened?" "What happened?" Peter Parker stared. "TZ, tell me what happened." "According to what you taught me, be lenient in frankness and strict in resistance. I'll give you a reminder, Wanda teacher." "Oh, did you finally find it? Congratulations," Bufan said. "Did you find out?" "You really?" Peter Parker was very angry, annoyed. "Why didn't you say it earlier? Did you just want to see me joke?" Bufan shrugged and said casually, "Please, do you think I didn't say it? Wanda, it's all Wanda. She is now a teacher in Zhongqing High School. Although she is only an intern, if you let others know that she is talking to her students, what will happen to the target?" Bufan decisively threw all the pot to Wanda. Peter Parker thought for 2 seconds, then nodded solemnly. Bufan laughed in his heart. "You are really good enough to deceive." Peter Parker was still in a fit of fire, and said, "Then what you did is wrong. Tell me, will I tell you? That made me and Yoenquin become Teacher Wanda as goddesses, but this goddess has long been taken by you." "Soak up." "Humph," Bufan said casually. "Okay, I'm not right about this, but Peter, don't you have anything to hide from me? After school, many times, you acted alone. What did you do?" Peter Parker said with a guilty conscience, I'm going to work." Bufan almost didn't smile, nodded and said, "Okay, it just so happens that I am also short of money. I will do a part-time job with you in the future." "Do not want." Peter Parker instinctively refused. "If you have to follow me in the future, should I, the hero next door, do it?" "Okay," Peter Parker said helplessly. "Brother, I do have something to hide from you, but I didn't mean it. It's all for your good. You will know about it in the future." Bufan is noncommittal. After Bufan asked, Peter Parker was mentally balanced, and he was right. Lee had something to hide from me, but I also had something to hide from him, and it was even. After I figured it out, my mind became alive. Little Spider was full of excitement and said in shock, "Damn it, brother, you are so awesome. You have been soaked in Teacher Wanda without knowing it. You are my idol. Tell me, how are you? Did it?" Well, this guy is actually a funny comparison. Bufan quickly talked about himself with Wanda, and he heard Peter Parker nodding his head again and again, especially when Wanda was bullied. Others did not dare to come forward. Only Bufan acted righteously and was deeply moved. "Lee is such a person. What a mess," Peter Parker exclaimed. Bufan wondered, "What's wrong?" "Teacher Wanda is in big trouble." Peter Parker quickly informed Bufan of his previous experience. Bufan's eyes suddenly turned cold. His whole body released the evil spirits of the cold, and he chuckled. "Morse? He is so kind, and he dares to hit my woman." Peter Parker said, "Bruce, what do you want to do? That guy is not an ordinary person, and there are 2 bodyguards with him every day. Don't be impulsive, and I will help you tomorrow night." "No need," Bufan said with a light smile. "I will solve my troubles." Peter Parker secretly said, "But brother, you can't solve it." Now Peter Parker didn't want to reveal his identity. Hearing Bufan's refusal, he didn't say any more. He still has something to do tonight, so he can help his brother solve this trouble tomorrow. "Hey, Lao Tai, sooner or later, I will surprise you too." Little Spider Peter Parker, looking forward to it. Chapter 17, Action. 3 more. The wall of the villa is very high, at least 3 meters. Friend, here I am. Li Bufan hooked his mouth and jumped. Whoosh. The 3-meter-high fence jumped over. Under the dim light, he was like an agile cheetah. With a flash, he passed by a bodyguard, rushed into the villa, and quietly arrived behind the villa. Garden. Fuck, the bodyguard yelled. Paul, what are you calling nonsense? The bodyguard said, Hey, John, do you feel it? What? Just now. How did I feel that someone was passing by me? Fuck, are you taking drugs again? That night, what are you talking about? There are no figures. The bodyguard wiped the cold sweat on his head and muttered, Maybe I really think too much. In the back garden of the villa, 5 white men are drinking. Morse is in it. A white man said dissatisfied. Morse, what's the matter? You broke my big business. I'm going to get that little star soon. Morse looked disdainful and curled his lips and said, Please, what's a pity for just that kind of stuff? Compared to Wanda, that is not a woman at all. The white man made a cut and mocked. Of course I know, but that girl is a thorny rose. You have already spent 2 months. You still haven't won it. Others said one after another. Yes. Brother, it's hard to come by. You can't eat it, but there are us. A trace of hatred flashed in Morse's eyes, and he spitefully said, But after tomorrow night, everything is different. What do you think I called you for? Tomorrow night, that will let us do it. Do you know what let us push means? Just do whatever you want. Hey, the other 4 people suddenly became interested and asked what happened. Morse quickly revealed the relationship between Wanda and Li Bufan, and then recounted his threats and Wanda's despair in detail. Everyone's eyes are bright. Wonderful. Is that female teacher in your school really avant-garde, living with her own students? Haha, this is not the point. The point is, tomorrow night, we can do whatever we want with her. Morse, don't worry. We will help you ravage her so hard that she will never forget her in her life. Ha ha. Sudden, a cold voice appeared. Oh, that's a pity. You can't wait for tomorrow. Laughing, the man's face changed drastically, and he shouted, Who? Scold. A cold light flashed. Li Bufan, with a frosty face, suddenly appeared behind the man, holding a steel pipe in his hand, which had penetrated the man's throat. Everyone was shocked. After a successful blow, Li Bufan drew the steel pipe back and stabbed it out again. Huh, huh, huh. 3 times in a row, swift as lightning, and before everyone had time to react, Morse invited the 4 friends to join the grand event, all of which were killed. One by one, his eyes widened, and he couldn't squint at all. Morse collapsed to the ground in fright, looked at Li Bufan in disbelief, and said in horror, You are Li Bufan. Do you know what you are doing? How dare you kill someone? Li Bufan took the steel pipe and sneered, Why? If you're allowed to commit a crime, I am not allowed to kill. Morse? I haven't committed a crime yet. Why are you murdering? No, isn't this guy an ordinary high school student? How did he get in? Li Bufan chuckled and said, I heard you want to trouble me. Misunderstanding. Morse's face was pale, knowing that at this time he must not be confronted with Li Bufan, and hurriedly said, Student Li Bufan, believe me, all this is a misunderstanding. Cut, it's boring. Chapter 18, What kind of monster is your kid? For more, Li Bufan chuckled and said, Toad, you are late. Toad said in surprise, Do you know I will come? Nonsense. Li Bufan sneered. Who is Magneto, who swears not to stop until he achieves his goal? How could he let go because of small setback? But you'd better move faster because people from S.H.I.E.L.D. staring at me too. Toad laughed and said, Boy, don't you think the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. can save you this time? Ha ha. Amid the laughter, a fierce fight suddenly sounded outside the villa, and violent air waves rushed toward the villa. Li Bufan frowned and immediately understood and smiled. That's right, since Magneto already knows that the people of SHI. Who? Toad said, Huh, and said, You kid, you are actually quite smart. Li Bufan sneered. Idiot, this is also called smart? Is basic common sense good? Toad was furious. Asshole, what is your attitude? Boom! Amid the loud noise, a behemoth with a height of at least 2.5 meters forcibly slammed into a huge hole in the courtyard wall of the villa and rushed in. The man had a sturdy face, especially a mouthful of silver steel teeth, which reflected the light of his debut in the moonlight. The mutant big steel teeth awakened the Julie gene, and one punch was enough to knock over a car. He and Toad were all under Magneto, but compared with other mutants, these two were miscellaneous fish. Toad stuck his tongue out and asked, "Big guy, all the people outside have solved it?" Dagong snarled his teeth and said with disdain, "They are all S.H.I.E.L.D. miscellaneous fish, 2 fourth-level agents. But we must move fast. Within 5 minutes, S.H.I.E.L.D. support will arrive. It's a little troublesome to go." Toad nodded and grinned at Bufan. "Boy, don't resist, or the uncle will interrupt your dog legs. Magneto just told us to take you back, but it's impossible to hurt you. Not urgent." At the moment of the enemy, Bufan is still calm, waved his hands at the two mutants, looked at Morse, and chuckled. "Let's put aside in advance. I still have some personal matters to deal with." "Spare." Morse was scared to pee. He knelt down without hesitation and pleaded in horror. "Bruce Lee, classmate, I was wrong. I shouldn't." "Huh." The cold light flashed, and the steel pipe burst out of the air. The moment Morse looked up, the steel pipe penetrated his throat accurately. The powerful inertia flew Morse upside down and fell heavily into the swimming pool. Bufan clapped his hands. "Okay, the personal affairs are done. We should have a good chat." "We talk about it." Hearing Bufan's words so eloquently, Toad and Big Steel Teeth were all taken aback. The two laughed at the same time, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. The Gangfong smiled and hurt, and said, "Toad, you didn't tell me that this kid is neurotic. I really thought I knew a little about the skills of a three-legged cat, so I could do whatever I wanted, so I could make conditions with us. Ha ha, I'm going to be laughed to death by this little guy." Toad Eensy said, "Don't laugh, work. Take down this bastard." "No problem. I can solve him with one finger." "Boy, are you ready?" The Gangfong grinned and rushed towards Bufan. There was a bang in the air, and the tiles on the ground were all shattered. "Good job." Bufan's expression sank. Since this body was remodeled, he had never really fought against anyone, so it happened to be tested with this guy. Boom! There was a blast in the air. Big Steel Teeth blasted towards Bufan with a fist like a casserole, and at the same time he laughed wildly. "Boy, don't you know how to fight? I only used 30% of my strength. I beat you to death. Then you deserve to die." Bufan hooked the corner of his mouth. De Gagna's face changed drastically, and he looked at Bufan incredulously. "I just felt an unspeakable, huge force coming from my wrist, and it was not just a huge force." Chapter 19 S.H.I.E.L.D. is stunned. 5+ more. "You kid." Toad's eyes flashed with terror, but his mouth was extremely tough. "I'm going to kill you." "Come." Bufan smiled, also at this moment. "Mind." The system voice appeared again. Ding. "Congratulations to the host. You have reached the authority to know the ultimate mission 2. Join S.H.I.E.L.D. Ding. Explanation. From level B to level A, you only need to complete 2 ultimate tasks, and the host only needs to complete the second ultimate task to complete the upgrade. Join S.H.I.E.L.D.? What a joke. I can't do it by myself, so what is it to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Work for Nick Fury? Why? For the second ultimate mission, Bufan was very dissatisfied. He quickly browsed the relevant information, and his eyes lit up because he suddenly discovered a loophole in this ultimate mission. What is the mission? Join S.H.I.E.L.D. What can I do after joining? No regulations. In other words, he only needs S.H.I.E.L.D. to certify a special agent brand, and then even if he quits by himself, he will be deemed to have completed the mission. Hey, then there is nothing to complain about. In an instant, all kinds of thoughts flashed through Bufan's mind, and when he looked at the Toad, his eyes were blazing. When it heats up, you and Degangia are my name for joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Toad, what is the look in your eyes? I don't engage in Foundation. Manhattan, S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Director Nick Fury, Black Widow Natasha, and other core executives are planning to create the Avengers. Iron Man Tony Stark has confirmed to join, and the original Captain Steve Rogers has been unfrozen. In a few days, Steve Rogers will visit the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, and Nick Fury will meet him personally. It is not a problem to let him join the Avengers. Oh, and the Hulk. This is a bit troublesome, but it's not a big problem. In addition to these three, plus S.H.I.E.L.D., Hawkeye, Falcon, and Black Widow, the basic framework of the Avengers 6 is already there, but it is not enough. Scarlet Witch, Fast Silver, Ant-Man, these are all Nick. What Fairy needs, especially the Scarlet Witch, who is a hero-level master who has mastered magic. In the Avengers, Tony Stark and Dr. Banner are on the technology side. Steve Rogers is the spiritual leader, and Natasha, Hawkeye, and Falcon are direct descendants of S.H.I.E.L.D., and supervision is not a problem. The most lacking is the mysterious magician. On the way to the meeting, an emergency call came. Natasha frowned, picked up the phone. Then her face changed drastically, and she said solemnly, "Director Fury, it's not good. Magneto is doing it again." Nick Fury's face changed suddenly. So fast. Natasha nodded. It's not just fast. With yesterday's failure, this time he directly sent two capable men. One is Toadman, and the other is to Gangia. We sent to monitor Lee's too. Level 4 agents, all killed. Damn it, Big Steel Tooth. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury naturally also knows about mutants. He clenched his fist and said solemnly, "We made a mistake. No one expected Magneto to react so quickly. That little guy must be taken away." Natasha, exist. You rushed to the scene immediately. I want to know the exact information. S.H.I.E.L.D. colleagues have rushed over. Agent Coulson. At the conference table, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit and looking resolutely answered with a solemn expression. This person is exactly the 8th-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Agent Phil Coulson. You go to the Scarlet Witch at once. Yes, Natasha said. Director Fury, now is not the right time. The Scarlet Witch may not accept us. Nick Fury shook his head and said, Agent Normanova, don't you know the current situation? Magneto has taken away. Chapter 20, he is such a bastard. One more. In the conference room, there was a long, dead silence. For a full 30 seconds, no one spoke, including Nick Fury. All the senior officials of S.H.I.E.L.D. were shocked by the sudden news. Please, they only want the Scarlet Witch. As for her little man, she is just an ordinary high school student. Well, he is very smart. He is the man of the Scarlet Witch, and a little spider who has just awakened is also his friend. But what about it? Can this change his identity? Obviously no. But what is going on now? A big holiday gift, buy one get one free. Wow, wow, wow. 30 seconds later, Nick Fury suddenly applauded, his expression exaggerated in amazement. He blinked at the Black Widow and Coulson, and said with a smile, Gentlemen and ladies, it seems that we all underestimate the little guy. The Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, and the little spider who is the trickster, plus this guy who turned out to be born, Zhongxing High School is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Mrs. and gentlemen, don't you find it interesting? Nick Fury, this big man who has come from the age of war. Although he has no special abilities, he is a unique man in S.H.I.E.L.D. Mortal body, ambition. After the shock, he quickly recovered his calmness. He had seen big scenes. Over the past few decades, he had encountered incredible things. There are too many to mention. A high school student exploded. Compared with those things, it was nothing at all. Agent Normanova, what did that little guy say? Nick Fury is like an old fox, smiling and saying, Morse Manor, the owner is dead, the owner's 4 friends are dead, and the owner's 4 bodyguards are also dead. This is a felony. I'll be in jail for half my life. Natasha said. He denied it. How does he deny it? Our people stay with him right now. He said that those people were all killed by toads and big steel teeth. He walked there by accident and heard the call for help and immediately shot. Nick Fury's eyes widened. I remember where he lives, at least 30 miles from Morse Manor, right? Yes. Haha, that's really interesting. It was almost 12 o'clock. He didn't sleep at home, but he took a walk for 30 miles and accidentally scattered to Morse Manor. Interesting, interesting. Natasha was also speechless, saying, before our people arrived at the scene, he had wiped off his fingerprints and replaced them with toads and big steel teeth. There are no loopholes. I have to say that the little guy is a criminal genius. By the way, he also asked Bill to bring us a word. What are you talking about? You're welcome. Forehead. Nick Fury's eyes widened. He paused for a while and said, he means that even if he doesn't do this, we will help him cover up, and if he did it in advance, it is equivalent to helping us, so should you thank him? Natasha chuckled lightly. It should mean that. Nick Fury suddenly applauded and burst into laughter. This arrogant little villain is very interesting. I really like him more and more, but, Nick Fury's face suddenly turned. Like Chuan Shu's face changed, suddenly extremely cold, and his whole body released awe-inspiring evil spirits, and said coldly, in him, I can't see the slightest respect for the law. If this kind of person is placed in the society, it will be a time bomb, which will have a great impact on the stability of the society. Agent Normanova, you go to Morse Manor immediately. Meet that little bastard and let him join S.H.I.E.L.D. An hour later, I want a complete report. If he refuses, send him in prison. This kind of instability must be controlled by our S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha nodded. At the end of the S.H.I.E.L.D. high-level meeting, Nick Fury remained in the office. About an hour later, Natasha returned to the headquarters. Her person and report appeared in front of Nick Fury at the same time. Nick Fury looked through the report and asked, how is it? What did that little say? Chapter 21, A Funny Comparison. 2 more. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning. Midtown High School. At the school gate, students talked a lot. Hey, have you heard that there was an earthquake in Brooklyn yesterday? Damn, how could it be an earthquake? Why is it not an earthquake? Didn't you read this morning's New York Times? It has been published in the newspaper. Come on, kid. Can you use your brain to believe the government? I heard that it was not an earthquake at all, but Spider-Man. There's a group of people selling arms in Brooklyn, and Spider-Man took action and destroyed the group's base. God, it's Spider-Man again. Peter Parker and Little Fatty Yawn also came to the school gate with their school bags on their backs. Hearing everyone talking, Peter Parker's eyebrows were smiling, and they almost yelled, yes, it was Spider-Man. I am Spider-Man. Little Fatty Yavin mumbled, Spider-Man. Hey, I don't know who he is. It would be great if I had the ability of Spider-Man. Peter, what do you think? Peter Parker pretended to be stupid. I don't know. Hey, didn't you just work in Brooklyn yesterday and didn't hear anything? No, that's a shame. The little fat man said regretfully. Not far away, Bufan and Wanda appeared side by side. If in the past, in order to avoid suspicion, Wanda would not go to school or out of school so much. After all, she had to avoid suspicion, but now she can take care of it. She would definitely not agree to that bastard's disgusting request, but there was no other way but to use superpowers. Once the superpower is used, it will definitely be locked by Magneto. In addition to Magneto, there is also the government. This is New York. There are too many mutants and secret agents, which means that this kind of peaceful life is gone forever. Thinking of this, Wanda couldn't help but feel heartache. She just wants to seize every minute and every second and enjoy this last little happiness. Wanda, what's the matter with you? Bufan asked. Oh no, nothing. Really nothing? Wanda nodded, then looked at Bufan deeply and said tenderly, Unfan, my man, I have something to hide from you. You may be surprised, but please believe that I love you 3,000 times. She's kind of wanting a showdown. I know. Bufan blinked at Wanda and said, Unfortunately, I also have something to hide from you, so we are even. Moreover, I don't want to tell you those things for the time being, so please don't tell me. Okay, wait when you want to say it. It's never too late to say it. Never force yourself. Wanda's smart eyes suddenly became a little moist. This is my man. You little villain. Can you hide anything from me? You say this just to make me feel better. Bufan took out the wet tissue, handed it to Wanda, and said, Please, this is the school. Pay attention to the image and don't be seen by others. Teacher Wanda. Wanda burst into laughter and suddenly raised his face. Bruce? Classmate Lee, this is how you talk to the teacher? No next time, or it depends on how I punish you. Okay, Teacher Wanda. Bufan bowed his head at Wanda and said in a very low voice, "Tonight, I will punish you like yesterday." Wanda's face blushed, and Bufan gave Bufan a strange look. "Really? Do you dare to say anything without looking at the occasion?" But it was the first time, when I recalled last night, I was really shy. "You little villain, where are so many tricks?" "Teacher Wanda, goodbye." Bufan smirked and separated from Wanda, and at the school gate, countless men. Chapter 22: Moral, Intellectual, Physical, Art, and Labor, All-Round Development. 3. Morse. Little fatty Yavin said suddenly, "Peter, don't you know? There were two big news last night. One was the Brooklyn explosion, and the other was the Morse Manor murder. He is dead. Morse, his background is not low. The family put him in Midtown High School, which is used to accumulate seniority and pave the way for politics in the future. The guy didn't want to teach at all. He had a bad reputation at Midtown High School, and many people avoided it. Among the students, it was even a word of mouth who did a lot of disgusting things. His death was a delightful one." "What?" Hearing Yavin's words, Peter Parker's entire expression froze, as if he had eaten a fly. Halfway through the meal, he realized that he was stuck in his throat. Swallow it and feel sick, but he can't vomit. Bufan suppressed a smile and patted Peter Parker on the shoulder. "Old Ty, it seems I don't need your help anymore." "Damn, how could that guy die?" Peter Parker swore annoyed and cursed annoyed. He immediately thought of something, staring at Bufan, and whispered, "Lee, you wouldn't do this, right? How is it possible? That's murder, right?" Peter Parker nodded and immediately eliminated Bufan's suspicion. Don't say he didn't have the courage. Even if he had the courage, he didn't have the ability. Now he, unlike Bufan, already knows many unknown truths in this world. This good friend will still rely on him to protect him in the future. Peter Parker gave Bufan a confident look and said in secret, "My friend, you will be a happy boy with peace of mind in the future, and everything is mine." By the time of the morning, Morse's tragic death had spread throughout Midtown High School. The explanation given by SHI Morse dropped. The reason is made up, but the story is true. Morse's death did not cause any waves in Midtown High School. No one felt sorry for him, and even many people felt happy, showing how unpopular that was at Midtown High School. Wanda was already ready to tear his face, and was overjoyed when he heard the news suddenly. God, her peaceful life will continue. No matter who killed Morse, she prayed for that person. 3 days later, it was Monday again. Wanda went to school very early and reminded Bufan again and again before leaving that he must not be absent from school. Bufan made a guarantee, but unexpectedly, the accident still happened. Before leaving the house, a mysterious empty number entered his mobile phone. The caller, SHI SHIELD Headquarters Base. Bufan refused decisively. Joke. Yesterday, he received a system prompt that the second ultimate mission was completed, the level was increased, and the real-life red envelope extraction was upgraded from B to A. That is to say, he has been certified as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., this time let himself pass. The purpose should be to consider one's own strength, and then rank oneself. He didn't bother to care about it. Coulson looked dumbfounded and said, "Lee, why did you refuse?" He was a little angry, and said, "Please remember, you are now an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and your information has been entered into the Archives Department of S.H.I.E.L.D. Also, no one can reject S.H.I.E.L.D. You must give me a reasonable explanation." Bufan said, "I want to go to school." Coulson. Walter Raffick? Bufan is still a high school student, and today is Monday again, so this is really a reasonable explanation. At this moment, Coulson felt like a dog. He took a deep breath, held back his anger, and calmed himself down. "Lee, I will help you settle the school affairs. It's very simple. Just a phone call will do. You won't have any trouble, and there won't be any people are suspicious." "That's not okay." Bufan curled his lips and refused decisively. "You know, I'm a 5-hearted student with comprehensive development of morality, intelligence, physicality, art, and labor." Chapter 23: Hostility from the Agents. For more. 2 hours later, Manhattan, S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. I don't know if Bufan made the joke too much or for other reasons. Originally, it only took half an hour, but it took him a full 2 hours to arrive at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. The agents who came to respond were basically go around in circles. Boring. Bufan's patience was very good. He was not angry, but was angrily laughed at by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s childish actions. After entering S.H.I.E.L.D., Bufan was taken by a 4th-level agent to the secret underground base by elevator. When he reached the 6th underground level, the 4th-level agent returned the same way. The authority of the 4th-level agent ends here, and he has no right to enter the 7th floor. The elevator doors opened. Wow! Nick Fury opened his hands and laughed. Come and see. Our little hero, the future of S.H.I.E.L.D. This old guy, just like in the movie, has a very bad personality. Bufan's mouth twitched. On the 7th floor underground, the first thing that caught his eye was the neatly standing S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. There are 30 people in total, and the lowest level was level 5. These people can be said to be the backbone of S.H.I.E.L.D. and are in charge of Aegis, the operation of the Bureau. Phil Coulson and Black Widow Natasha were there. Seeing Bufan, a trace of unhappiness flashed in Coulson's eyes, and Natasha was expressionless, as if she didn't know Bufan at all, and nothing happened in the subway not long ago. Nick Fury's obvious sarcasm caused a commotion. 30 agents stood neatly, laughed out loud, followed closely, talking in a low voice. Huh, the future of S.H.I.E.L.D. is this yellow-skinned kid. Is he worthy? You two idiots, Mr. Director is saying something ironic. Can't you tell me this? Huh. This yellow-skinned kid is not very capable, but has a big temper. I heard that Agent Coulson asked him to report to SHI. I didn't drop the phone. Damn, what is he? Dare to refuse, Agent Coulson? Hey, brothers, don't forget what our mission is. We will use our true skills later and give a severe lesson to this ignorant boy. Yes, give me a lesson. Of course. Let this kid know how good we are in a moment. Humph, S.H.I.E.L.D. Not all cats and dogs can come in. It needs to be explained that in S.H.I.E.L.D., the level and position of agents are not completely symmetrical. Like Phil Coulson, although he is only an 8th-level agent, he is one of the veterans of SHI Fury. Whether it is a level agent with him, or even a level 9, he must follow his instructions. He was upright, and he was well known in S.H.I.E.L.D. Bufan dared to reject Coulson. This naturally caused dissatisfaction among other agents, and the reason they stood here was to investigate Bufan. Bufan completely ignored those people's comments. Okay. Nick Fury rubbed his hands, like an old fox, and smiled lightly. You, the troublemaker, have finally come. I have been waiting for you for a long time. First of all, I'm very happy to meet you and welcome you to join God. S.H.I.E.L.D., Bufan said. I'm also very happy to meet you, Director Fury. The two shook hands. Very mature. Nick Fury smiled. Okay, I'm very busy. The entire S.H.I.E.L.D. is very busy, so let's not talk nonsense. Let's go straight to the topic. Little guy, your file has been entered in Aegis Bureau Archives. Since yesterday, you have been an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., but there is still a small problem. We are not very clear about your abilities and cannot rate you. Therefore, you need to participate in the agent assessment. Bufan said, no problem. Nick Fury smiled. Little guy, don't blame me for not reminding you that these guys standing in front of you are not easy to mess with. At least they are level 5. There are 2 level 7, and there is even one. Level 8. A hint of cunning flashed in Bufan's eyes, and he smiled lightly. Does that mean that if I pass the examination of an 8th level agent, I can? Chapter 24, How Could He Win? One more. Nick Fury and Coulson stood not far away watching the show. Coulson said, Director Fury, are you serious? Nick Fury said, of course. Coulson said anxiously, how can this be? That's an 8th level agent. Nick Fry pointed toward the agent group and said somewhat speechlessly, please, Agent Coulson, look at that big guy. He was discovered by you. Do you really think that little can win the big guy? Almost all of the 30 agents started warm-up preparations, with only one exception. The guy wore a blue peak cap and black casual clothes. He was very burly, at least 2 meters tall, and probably weighed 200 kilograms. He was sitting quietly in the corner with his head down like a hill. Big guy, a veritable metaphor. He was very quiet, like a quiet beast. The dangerous aura released from his whole body gave people a strong pressure not to get close to anyone. Even SHI. Coulson shook his head and said, "How could that little be Odin's opponent? If he angered Odin, I can guarantee that Odin will tear his small body in half." Nick Fury smiled and said, "So, what are you still worried about? That little is definitely not Odin's opponent in front of him, but he is cunning. What if he wins Odin with any tricks? Then he is an 8th level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Before Coulson could speak, Nick Fury squinted slightly and asked, "Agent Coulson, I promised to give him the treatment of an 8th level agent, but there is no guarantee to give him the right to an 8th level agent, right?" Coulson was taken aback and immediately shook his head helplessly. He was really worried. "You are such an old fox." He looked at Bufan sympathetically and secretly said, "Little bastard, no matter how rebellious you were before, as long as you join S.H.I.E.L.D., it is impossible to escape the palm of this old fox." The agent exam began soon, and it was divided into 3 categories: physical fitness, shooting, and close combat. Bufan had absolutely no problems with physical fitness. Close combat was his favorite. Only shooting could not help. Bufan had already thought about it. Whether it was physical fitness or shooting, it was all nonsense. Fighting. Only close combat is fundamental. Otherwise, no matter how good your physical fitness is, no matter how good your marksmanship is, it will be useless. To put it simply, you just need to win, and a hard fist is the last word. The plan was perfect, but the accident still happened. Just before the assessment was about to begin, Bufan's mind was shocked, and the real map reappeared and a red dot appeared at the same time. Bufan is overjoyed. The first A-level red envelope is here. He likes this accident. After the red envelope level was upgraded from B to A, the coverage of the real map expanded from a radius of 1,000 meters to 5,000 meters. At the same time, the frequency of red envelopes increased, and the extraction time was still limited. Once exceeded, the red envelope will disappear. Bufan would naturally not miss the first A-level red envelope, but he did not lock the position of the red envelope for the first time because he didn't need it at all. Natasha's 2 red lips were shining in gold, and the book was written in 5 song typefaces. "Kiss, I have a red envelope. Time limit, 10 seconds. Pete." Bufan has been unable to complain. He is absolutely sure that you're a rogue system. When Natasha saw Bufan staring at her with scorching eyes, her heart was like a small deer, and she secretly asked, "This little villain, what does he want to do?" "Agent Normanova, I have a question." Bufan suddenly spoke. Natasha said, "What's the problem?" Yes. Just when Natasha thought Bufan really had a problem, she didn't expect that it was just Bufan diverting his attention. In full view, Bufan kissed his examiner before the examination started. Actually a bit. "Chapter 25, kid. You're still far away. 2 more. Fuck. What did you do? Damn it. I'm going to kill you." Don't let Bufan think too much. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. have all exploded. Black Widow Natasha, a 10th level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., in their eyes, it is a godlike existence and would never stay in SHI. See a real person once. The fascinating amorous feelings on her are something that 90% of men in this world can't resist. These agents, whether single or married, Natasha is the perfect goddess in their hearts. It is a great honor for them to say a word to Natasha, but now this kid is in full view. Next, Natasha was attacked. It was also successful. Moment. The agents were all out of anger, one by one, like bulls in heat. They would swarm in the next moment and tear Bufan to pieces. "Damn it," Coulson cursed. "This bastard." Nick Fury looked at Bufan speechlessly. He was really an unruly wild horse. Even if you're attracted by Natasha, you shouldn't do that, right? The time is wrong, and the occasion is wrong. But he has no plans to end in Natasha. When the others were filled with righteous indignation, Natasha's brain was dumbfounded still reminiscing about the beauty of her talent. And when she recovered, the agents had already fried the pot. "Shut up all." Natasha let out a cold yell. All the agents shut up, followed by an annoyed look at Bufan, and shouted, "You little bastard, I think you need to give me a reasonable explanation." Bufan said, Can't help it? Can't help, but you big head. Even if you can't help it, you won't wait for the end of the assessment. Will it only be the time for the two of us?" Natasha rolled her eyes madly in her heart, almost not mad at Bufan, and said with a stern face, "Just this time, don't take it as an example. Otherwise, I will make you pay a heavy price, you know. Knowledge." Okay, the assessment begins. The agents looked at each other and looked at their goddess in disbelief. Damn it, just this time, not as an example. Is this the attitude of the goddess? How can this be? There used to be a guy who didn't know the heights of the sky and wanted to do something to Natasha because of his special abilities. Natasha broke the guy's legs directly. If it wasn't for the chief to intercede for that guy, not a shot definitely interrupted that guy's third leg. Natasha didn't mean to pursue it at all. Even if they were upset, they could only do so. The physical fitness assessment begins. 5,000 meters long run. The purpose of this assessment is simple and rude. It is to assess Bufan's physical durability. Not all 30 agents participated. After the competition, there were 7 level 5 agents, 2 level 6 agents, and 1 level 7 agent. Bufan's results will be compared with these 10 people. They're all level 5, level 6, and level 7 agents, and there is a complete comparison. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. took the lead and completed it very quickly. Most of the results were about 15 minutes. The best two. The 6th level agent Tom Allen, 10 minutes and 27 seconds. The 7th level agent Phil Andrew broke 10 and only 9 minutes and 11 seconds. Everyone cheered. This result is already very terrifying. You must know that the shortest time for the world's 5-kilometer race record is only 12 minutes and 37 seconds. If Phil Andrew participates in the Olympics, he will definitely be an undoubted champion. The agents looked at Bufan in a playful manner. There was triumph in Phil Andrew's eyes. Bufan appeared on the stage. The guy was only a 7th level agent. He was definitely going to beat him, but there was no need to fully reveal his strength. Therefore, Bufan, who still had reservations, completed the race in 5 minutes and 27 seconds. Damn kid, something. 5 minutes and 27 seconds? Is he still a human? It's definitely not. Chapter 26 Terrorist Shooting Technique. 10 shots through the heart. 3 more. At this time, the real shooting master Hawkeye Button completed the task, returned to S.H.I.E.L.D., and came to the agent's assessment site. Agent Patton, how about the mission? Finished. Has the assessment been completed? Almost. Andrew shot 50 meters. All 10 shots hit the hearts. Hawkeye came to Nick Fury and Coulson, exchanged a few simple words with Coulson, then nodded and said, Andrew's shooting is unique, and other agents are inferior to him. This is the result. Is also expected. Coulson smiled and said, that kid is planted this time. Range. Bufan was already in place. Natasha gave an order. He raised the muzzle decisively and shot 10 shots quickly. The total time was less than 3 seconds. After he finished shooting 10 bullets, the computer reported the number to report. The 5th. The cold mechatronic sound. 10 rings, 0 rings, 0 rings, 0 rings, 0 rings. 0 rings, 0 rings, 0 rings, a total of 10 rings. Next to Bufan, Natasha's face changed drastically. Damn it, Hawkeye Button's face also changed drastically, so excited that there were several bulging veins on his face. He widened his eyes and locked Bufan, as if he had seen a ghost. The agents were all stunned. The first shot came with 10 rings, but all the next 9 shots missed the target. What kind of magical operation is this? Mongolian. That's right, his first shot must be blind. Otherwise, such an unthinkable result would never happen, and he shot so fast, he didn't aim at all. He must know that he couldn't win no matter how much he hits, so that's why. It will be like this. This is the only explanation. Ha. Boy, you're a bit too tender. My grandma's marksmanship is better than yours. Go back and practice for another 10 years. A master stroker like you is not qualified to join S.H.I.E.L.D. The agents burst into laughter and ridiculed unscrupulously, but they did not notice that Nick Fury, Hawkeye Button, Natasha, and other high-level SHI. Hawkeye Button said coldly, "Shut up all, a bunch of ignorant idiots." He didn't miss the target, but hit all 10 shots. The first shot hit the red heart, and the remaining 9 shots passed through the hole made by the first shot. Passed. The reason why the computer misjudged is because of his 9 bullets. None of them touched the target. The noise came to an abrupt end, and the scene was instantly silent. The expressions of those hilarious agents all froze, especially Phil Andrew, who was dumbfounded and his face was hot. Hawkeye Button, this is the master of shooting. Where to shoot there is no difference. The eyesight is terrifying, not to mention, since even he said so, then this is a fact, don't you believe it? Look at Natasha's face. Look back at Director Fury's. God, what kind of monster is this kid? Nick Fury was shocked and said to Hawkeye, "Agent Patton, how do you think this little guy's shooting skills compare to yours?" Eagle Eye confidently replied, "Director Fury, I will not lose to anyone in terms of shooting. But this little guy, in our S.H.I.E.L.D., no one is his opponent except me. Even his shooting skills are comparable to mine." Finally, Hawkeye added another sentence. Coulson was shocked. Nick Fury stared at Bufan in the distance and muttered, "How much ability does this little guy hide? I have called him into SHI decision." Nick Fury, Coulson, and Hawkeye walked over to everyone. Nick Fury clapped his hands and announced, "Little guy, you have proven yourself. The close combat test is exempted. I will fulfill my promise. From now on, you will be an 8th level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Bufan smiled and said, "Thank you, Mr. Fury." Chapter 27 God Level Choice Ninjutsu Fire Escape 4 more. The agents cheered. Odin is angry. That's the way it is. Big guy, take out all your strengths and teach this kid hard. Boy, you are dead. Odin, come on. We will all support you this time. Nick Fury was big for a while. Bagley Odin, this guy's like a mini version of that green monster. His strength is definitely not comparable to that of the Hulk, but his temper is exactly the same. As long as he is up, he can do anything. This guy is also one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s killers. In the war that took place in Mexico not long ago, Sol wanted to get his sledgehammer back. It was Bagley Odin who resisted Sol. Although Sol was deprived of Thor's position, even if it's not Thor, that guy's fighting power is still sturdy. When Bufan showed a shot that was not inferior to Hawkeye Button, Nick Fury's mentality has changed. This little guy can make a great contribution to S.H.I.E.L.D. Bagley Odin is the gold medalist of S.H.I.E.L.D., and this little guy has also proved his strength. In that case, he will be given the title of 8th level agent. Anyway, there is definitely no right. How about giving it to you? This is a win-win situation. There's no need to hurt both sides. Once Odin goes crazy, the ghost knows what he will do. What if an accident happens? He considered everything, but he underestimated the anger of the agents. The agents didn't know how he thought about it. They only knew that Bufan, an 18-year-old little guy, only joined S.H.I.E.L.D. and became an 8th level agent. Bagley Odin's face was fierce, and he grinned at Bufan. "Damn bastard. Are you ready to meet my anger?" Gee. The corner of Bufan's mouth twitched, and he looked at the big man in front of him jokingly. In a mysterious space that no one knew, Odin's head showed a few lines of shiny Chinese characters. "Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You have found a choice red envelope. You will have the following choices. 1. Ignore Odin's challenge. You will be awarded the title of King of Indifference. 2. Reject Odin's challenge. You will get the title of Coward as a mouse. 3. Accept the challenge of Odin. You will get 3 kinds of fire escape ninjutsu. Ding dong, please choose. Pete, as long as you are not an idiot, you know how to choose it, right? Bufan's mouth ticked. Okay, big guy, I accept your challenge. System, ding dong, congratulations to the host. Get 3 kinds of fire escape ninjutsu. 1. The technique of impatience, C2. The technique of dragon fire, C3. The headwork harbi. Ding dong. After the items have been distributed, the host can check them in the red envelope space. With a thought, Bufan scanned the red envelope space. Sure enough, he found 3 cheats in the red envelope space and immediately read it in his mind. The 3 kinds of fire escape ninjutsu, those not mentioned, all come from the world of Naruto. The 3 ninjutsu levels are all A level, but the power is different. For example, the dragon fire technique will emit a linear flame after the seal, which is powerful enough to instantly break a giant tree with a diameter of 2 meters. Hard work is better. The user of this technique is a member of the Akatsuki organization, Jiaodu, and has 2 major characteristics. First, the killing range is extremely wide. A small fireball is spit out from the mouth to the ground, and when it falls on the ground, it can instantly expand the burning range and swallow everything around it. The second is that it is extremely explosive. Once it is used, it is enough to make the surrounding land burn into a sea of flames in a blink of an eye. Done. Finally got something a little harder. Wonderful. Bufan's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help whistling. In just a few seconds, he has fully mastered the 3 types of ninjutsu, just like a ninja who has practiced for decades. The 3 types of ninjutsu's knot printing methods are so familiar to the chest that they can complete the knot without even a second. Print. Boy, what are you laughing at? Am I funny? Bufan chuckled and whistled, which completely angered Bagley-Odin. He was like an angry Maine dog, baring his teeth fiercely. You will pay for your actions, and I will tear you up soon. Fragments. Okay. Chapter 28. Level 8 Special Agent in instant seconds. One more. Bufan and Odin are 10 meters away, standing opposite each other. The other agents have retreated far away. Nick Fury, Coulson, Hawkeye Button, and Natasha are the closest to them. Coulson said, Director Fury, why do you agree? Nick Fury said angrily, Agent Coulson, don't you see the attitude of those agents? If I disagree, although there will be no trouble in front of me, there will definitely be a lot of trouble in the future. It is better to solve it now. Coulson sighed lightly. Nick Fury ordered, Agent Patton, get ready. If an accident occurs, immediately stop it. No problem. Hawkeye smiled and said, Don't worry, there will be no accidents. Nick Fury looked at Bufan and said, Little guy, are you sure? The big guy in front of you is not easy at all. He is our shield trump card. You must be careful. Hold on, or you will be injured. Do you get me? Clear. Bufan smiled. Shield ace fighter? If this kind of strength is considered an ace fighter, then your shield is really weak. No wonder you will be bombed by Hydra. Nick Fury looked at Odin again and warned in a deep voice, Odin, take care. Don't forget, you have already memorized 2 serious warnings. If you come again, you will be rolled back to prison. Odin stared at Bufan with a weird smile, as if a hunter saw his favorite prey. I really can't do anything with this guy. Nick Fury shook his head and said, I announced the rules of close combat. The rule of close combat is that there are no rules. You can use any means as long as you can knock down your opponent. Now, the close combat has officially begun. Odin's eyes stared suddenly, and Nick Fury hadn't even finished his voice. He was like a furious beast, suddenly exerting force. Crack! With a muffled noise, the floor under his feet was completely shattered. Next moment, Odin suddenly jumped up. Mr. Shield Ace Fighter still had some strength. Instead of rushing forward, he jumped forward. This forward jump was at least 4 meters away. When he reached the top, he was away from extraordinary less than 3 meters. Then Odin charged his right fist like a crossbow arrow and shot Bufan directly. Odin grinned and said, I don't know how high the earth is. You think you are a human after killing 2 trash fish. You still don't know anything about real power. Come and meet this uncle's fist of anger. From the beginning to the present, only a second or two, Bufan still stood in place, as if he hadn't reacted at all. Nick Fury, Coulson, and others were shocked. This bastard. Nick Fury's face was pale, and he cursed. He was a sudden attack, and I haven't finished speaking. That little guy is not ready at all. Hawkeye, take action, stop Odin. He will really kill that little guy. Hawkeye didn't immediately make a move. He was staring at Lee Bufan strangely. Although the little guy was standing in place, it was not without any response. His hands seemed to be making something strange. Hawkeye! Nick Fury yelled again, but Hawkeye had already missed the best time, and it was too late to think about it. Lee Bufan was not making any surprises, but in Jean. Sichin Mawin. Fire escape? Dragon fire technique. Next moment. Call out. A straight flame shot from Lee Bufan's body and rushed straight into Odin's chest. What? Odin's face changed dramatically. The corner of Lee Bufan's mouth twitched, and he chuckled. You still don't know anything about real power. So, are you ready to meet the fire of my anger? What? Accompanied by a heartbreaking scream, the dragon fire was like a sharp sword, easily pierced through Odin's chest, and Odin's momentum was like a rainbow, and finally it flew backwards like a rainbow. And back. After a while, office. Only Nick Fury and Lee Bufan. No one spoke. Nick Fury stared at Lee Bufan in annoyance and helplessness. Lee Bufan said, Director Fury, no one has any opinions now, right? Nick Fury. Lee Bufan reminded, my 8th level agent is serious. Nick Fury instantly exploded. You bad boy who can only cause trouble. You almost killed an 8th level SHIELD agent just now. Do you know what you did? In the end, this is your focus. Bad boy, are you sure you were joking with me? Lee Bufan, not at all. That guy is begging for death. I just met his wish. Director Fury, from start to finish, he is provoking him. Even if he is killed, it has nothing to do with me. Isn't it true? Nick Fury, I have to say it makes sense, but your kid's mouth is too poisonous. What do you mean by asking for death? Nick Fury was completely speechless, shook his head and said, that's all for it. But in the future, little guy, I don't want something similar to happen again. Absolutely not allowed. Lee Bufan said, as long as no one is looking for death, it won't be. Why is this guy smelly and hard like the stone in the pit? Nick Fury got a big head and said, forget it. Let's talk about something else. Little guy, I want to know, what was that just now? Magic. Magic? Lee Bufan shook his head and chuckled lightly. That's nothing magic. It's magic at best. It's just a trick. Nick Fury glared one-eyed and said speechlessly, little trick? It's nothing more? Your little trick instantly killed Bagley Odin, don't you know? You want to say that? I'll give you a code name, and you'll be called in the future. The magic is ready. Lee Bufan. Magic? Not bad, this is my code name. Nick Fury frantically said, damn. Irony. I'm ridiculing you. Don't you know? You're driving me crazy. Tell me, do you still have similar tricks like the one just now? Lee Bufan. For the time being, that's all. I can still develop it in the future, right? Nick Fury waved his hand and said, okay, Mr. Magician, the 8th level agent, you can leave. You're still a middle school student. If there are no special circumstances, you will go to school normally during school hours and come to the bureau to report on Saturdays and Sundays. I will notify you if there is a task. Followed by Nick Fury and said other things, such as Wanda and Magneto. Without the consent of Lee Bufan, SHI entangled with Wanda again. With the 8th level agent certification, plus Wanda, Lee Bufan's goal has been achieved, and he left S.H.I.E.L.D. with satisfaction. Just after he left, Nick Fury, who was still violent and frantic before, suddenly recovered his calm. Before this, all kinds of disguise. An old fox like him who has practiced for decades. And even Captain Marvel has seen the world-destroying weirdness. How could it be possible that Lee Bufan has shown a little magic and lost his sense of measure? Of course, the shock is absolutely real. Click. The wooden door of the office was pushed open. Natasha, Hawkeye, and Coulson walked in. Nick Fury slammed at the 3 chairs and motioned for the 3 to sit down. Coulson asked, Director Fury, how did you talk? Nick Fury told the truth. Coulson stared, speechless and annoyed. Little magic? Damn, he called a killing skill just now a little magic. So what is the big one? Nick Fury looked at Hawkeye and Natasha and asked, what do you two think? Hawkeye said, he didn't lie. It shouldn't be magic, at least not the magic that we recognize in the West, but more like the skill of that mysterious power in the East. Nick Fury. Then he will be Mr. Magician, an 8th level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. from now on. Natasha said. Director Fury, I don't think this is the most important thing. This little guy seems to have many secrets. Of course, the most important thing is how he thinks about our gods. Chapter 30 Crazy Plan. 3 more. In the office, Nick Fury said, Okay, put that little guy's aside in advance. Let's talk about something else first. Agent Coulson. Coulson said, The sledgehammer has been solved, and Thor has returned to Asgard. Nick Fury. In other words, the alien trouble is solved? Coulson shrugged. It looks like this now, boss. Very good. Nick Fury looked to Hawkeye again and said, Agent Patton, where is that big green guy? Hawkeye said, After the suburban war, the Hulk disappeared. Just this morning, our people found Dr. Banner. He hid in the slums of Kolkata and used his knowledge to help the poor. Nick Fury smiled. Hawkeye added, He is now a doctor in the slums of Kolkata, and his reputation is not small. Wow, Nick Fury exclaimed, and said, How long has the big green guy not come out? Half a year or a year. Dr. Banner is really amazing. Compared to him, another hates him a lot. Agent Normanova, what's the situation with that dude? Is the palladium poisoning done? Natasha said, Tony has suppressed the toxicity of palladium according to the video his father left him, but he still has a big trouble. The whip has been taken out of prison by Tony's rival, Justin Hammer. Nick Fury said, So, Justin Hammer has become the boss of the whip? That fool who tramples the law. He really thinks he can control the whip? Want to be the boss of the whip? How did he even die? Do not know at all. It's really troublesome. Let Dr. Banner stay in Kolkata first. I hate that so much. So, Natasha, you'll get in touch with him next. Natasha, no problem. The meeting is over. In addition to this trouble, there is one more thing Nick Fury didn't tell Natasha, and let Natasha be in charge of Tony. Of course, it's not just because of annoying, but because of him, Hawkeye, Coulson, and more important things need to be dealt with. Cosmic Rubik's Cube. The first phase of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s research on the Cosmos Rubik's Cube is about to be completed, and it will soon enter the second phase, the use of the Cosmos Rubik's Cube to develop, not to deal with other countries, but to save the Earth and protect all mankind. The appearance of Thor, has made them understand that there are really alien intelligent creatures outside the Earth. Their power is terrifying, and to take precautions, Nick Fury must be prepared before danger comes. Bufan left S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and then returned to the school. As expected, Coulson said that it would be resolved with a phone call without any trouble or doubt. Class normally. When Nick Fury racked his brains to tame his wild horse, Bufan also had a crazy plan in his mind. What is the ultimate mission this time? Become a level 10 agent certified by S.H.I.E.L.D. He has always had a misunderstanding, that is, to join S.H.I.E.L.D., then make contributions and eventually get promoted, but he was wrong. The system just made him a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., but there was no prescribed method. Then, he can use his own means to force Nick Fury. Of course, this requires absolute strength. Then wait for a while. Then it will be interesting. Bufan, who had figured out everything, suddenly enlightened. Although that bitter egg is very ugly, joining S.H.I.E.L.D. actually has quite a lot of benefits. As I thought, although he was certified as an 8th level agent, he only has the authority of a 5th level agent. In New York, he can move on his own. SHI. In addition, he can also access a certain level of top-secret information, the most obvious of which is wanted criminals of various levels. In Bufan's eyes, those people weren't wanted criminals, but Franklin's shining brightly. Wanted criminals are divided into 4 levels: B level, L level, S level, and no authority. The last one is unauthorized. Okay, manual funny. The lowest B-level reward is $500,000, and the S-level reward is. Chapter 31, The Villain Died of Talking. For more, a bar named Rose on the coastline in Brooklyn. The music is noisy and the human voice is full. A punk-like young man with a full-body leather jacket and a studded peak cap walked into the bar and came to the bar. The bartender who was mixing the wine said, "Hey, call, something to drink today. A cup of Red Bombs." "No problem." This young man, it was Suwin Call, who finished drinking turned around and stared at the graceful figure swaying on the dance floor. A hot blonde girl came into his eyes. "Hey, it's yours," Call said excitedly. "Baby, it will make you so cool tonight." He didn't worry at all that he would be rejected, because no one could reject him. If there is, then be strong. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. has nothing to do with it, let alone ordinary people. New York, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., once on the blacklist of SHI. He also escaped from New York 8 times, but every time he survived. Of course, he returned to the big Apple City alive. This city has the prosperity of the whole world. He loves it to death and will never leave completely. To survive it is to avoid the limelight. Guru, locking on tonight's stunner, Core quickly drank the wine, then got up and walked towards the dance floor, but at this moment, a joking voice sounded behind him. Call, go out and chat with me. Call didn't turn his head back and said annoyed, "I don't know who you are and don't want to know. You just need to know. I'm very angry now. If I lose 3 times, I will turn around. If you're still there, I promise you will die miserably." "Oh, then don't count. Turn around immediately." "Asshole!" Call screamed, turned his head sullenly, and saw a green but disgusting face. He gritted his teeth and said, "You don't know how to live or die. You are dead." "So bloody." Bufan twitched his mouth and said with a chuckle, "Then let's go outside, and you are welcome to kill me." 2 minutes later, the two came to the dark and dirty alley behind the bar, with vomit on the road everywhere. Bufan chuckles and said, "Introduce myself, Bufan, an 8th-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. "Huh? S.H.I.E.L.D.? The expression on Call's face became very exciting, and he burst into laughter. "Please, has S.H.I.E.L.D. been down to such a level? Even the little guys who don't have the same hair like you have collected it? Your kid. Are you kidding me?" Bufan chuckled. "What do you think? Move your poor brain cells. Think about it carefully. It's definitely S.H.I.E.L.D. Because the danger level of Call is too high, ordinary policemen cannot access his core information, let alone receive related tasks. They don't even know that Call lives by their side. You bastard! You dare to look down on me?" Call was furious. "Do you know that before you, S.H.I.E.L.D. had chased and killed me 8 times, but every time I survived? 8 chases, 3 sieges and suppressions, 5 single-agent chases, but now those 5 guys are all turned into corpses. Congratulations. This is the last time. You will never have to live in fear again." Core frowned deeply. "Still don't know what Bufan meant. No one will chase and kill people, will they?" Bufan smiled and added, "That's what it meant. Damn bug. You must pay the price of your life for your own words." Call immediately drew his pistol and aimed it at Bufan's head. Boom! The bullet came out of the barrel, and at the same time, Bufan grabbed it from the side. Chapter 32 Absolute Guardian of the Mind. "One more." Bufan curled his lips and sneered. "Idiot. As a villain, you haven't heard a very reasonable saying? The villain died of a lot of words. Also, for which I did you see me very surprised. Zine su cho mauin. Fire escape? The technique of impatience. Whoosh. Like the impatience seeds that fluttered all around at the touch of a touch. Several petal-like flames rushed towards Call, instantly turning Call into a fireman, amidst the screams of screams. Call sandification. Except for the feet, all the other parts of the body were deserted, clamoring bitterly. "I'm going to kill you," and flew towards Bufan. But when he was about to fly in front of Bufan, the flame went out, and every grain of the sand that had been burned by 1,000 degrees of heat shattered, turned black, and fell on the ground. Wipe. For Bufan, the trouble now is, how can he explain to others that this dark thing is Call? Bufan's mouth twitched. "Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Complete the task, you will get dash absolute. Guardian of the mind, profound meaning. Item, absolute. Guardian of the soul, profound meaning. Quality, a level high. Attributes, special item skills. World, Witcher world. Features, refining spirit. Absolute soul guarding ability. No spirit system ability can cause damage to your soul. Absolute guardian of the soul? Bufan was overjoyed and immediately put aside the small trouble of not being able to recognize the corpse. According to the item information given by the system, this is a reward without any offensiveness, but it can absolutely protect the spirit. He needs this so much. When Professor X is weak, he is rubbish, and when he is strong, he is a myth. He can use equipment to know the whole world without leaving the house into the whole world, anyone's brain, except for Professor X, the Phoenix Girl, Piano Gray, and Loki, the of Tricks, all possess similar abilities. Phoenix Female Piano, Gray can read the consciousness of others and control the opponent at the same time. The reason why Loki, the of Tricks, has the ability to control his mind is because he has a psychic scepter inlaid with psychic gems. In that sensational New York war, Loki almost controlled Tony Stark. If he succeeds, the outcome of the New York war will definitely be rewritten. Mind control, this ability is too buggy, don't worry about it now. Bufan's thoughts flashed, entered the red envelope space, and quickly browsed it. After about half a minute, he completely mastered this ability. Even if Professor X stood in front of him, it would not be possible to cause any interference to his spirit. Cool. Bufan was so happy that he could not help but blew his whistle and returned to Queens. 2 days passed in a hurry, and soon came Sunday. Everything is business as usual. Nothing special happened. Bufan is a layman. Nothing happens is a good thing. He only needs to guard his daughter-in-law and live a small life that belongs to him and her daughter-in-law. By the way, he waits for the red envelope to appear and get it. For example, now, the two of them are lying on their own sofa, enjoying the bright sunshine. Of course, Bufan's hands are not idle. He is playing the ball wantonly. Little villain, no further down. Wanda blushed, angrily grabbing Bufan's hand. Bufan laughed and said, Sorry, I can't help it. Wanda gave Bufan a coquettish look and said, the little villain who can never be fed. Boom! The two were in love with their concubines, when a block more than 200 meters away suddenly burst into a loud noise. A huge wave of air impacted all around, and the whole building was slightly shaken. What happened? Bufan and Wanda's expressions changed, and they immediately got up and came to the huge glass window. Chapter 33 Iron Man is going crazy. 2 more. 2 hours later, at Tony's villa, Pepper Potts was treating Tony's wounds. This guy was very embarrassed with countless wounds, just like the first time he met with a whip. Miss Potts, I think you should be lighter. It's already very light. No, I think you could be a little lighter, a gentle and considerate person like you. Don't be pitiful. Little Chili gave Tony a sullen look. This guy was already hurt like this, and his tongue was so glib. While helping Tony treat the wound, she asked with concern, Tony, what's the situation? Vank is not in prison. Little Pepper was shocked. What? Yes, that guy didn't stay in jail. He has already come out. I can even be sure that he has been out for a long time. Oh God. Little Pepper stopped in shock. Do not stop. Oh, sorry. Little Chili hurriedly continued his work. All the medicine was applied. All he had to do was to tie a bandage. He continued, that dangerous guy who released him from prison. How come there is no news at all? Tony put on his shirt, thought for 2 seconds, and already had the answer in his mind, and said, Miss Potts, you have to know that money can make ghosts worse. But this is too exaggerated. It's not an exaggeration. It may not be possible to have money alone, but if that person is both money and power, it will be easy. Little Pepper's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, Justin? Hammer. My God, in order to defeat you, he did this to such an extent? Is he crazy and would cooperate with that extremely dangerous lunatic? Justin Hammer, Tony's competitor. Since Tony Stark refused to release the manufacturing materials of the Iron Man suit, which made the U.S. military extremely annoyed, Justin Hammer stepped up and cooperated with the military on the one hand and the Whiplash on the other. A copycat version of the Iron Man suit was released. He has money. He also has rights. It couldn't be easier to get the Lash out of prison. Tony cried. Oh, it's nothing surprising. Everyone who wants to beat Tony Stark will eventually become a madman. Vank is the whip, and so is Hammer. Little Pepper said, "Then what are you going to do?" Tony said, "I already have a perfect plan. I can solve that guy tonight." At this moment, the smart butler Jarvis suddenly said, "Mr. Tony, the somewhat disgusting Miss N came to visit." Little Pepper, "Who is Miss N who is a bit annoying?" "Damn, I knew it," Tony explained quickly. "It's the woman who came to apply for a special assistant last time you met. She is from SHIELD. Jarvis, open the door and let her in." Soon, Natasha walked into the villa, but she was not alone. Lee Bufan is also there. Tony, Potts, and Natasha greeted Natasha briefly. Tony looked at Lee Bufan casually, activated his venomous tongue, and said with a serious expression, "Miss Normanova, who is this little guy? Is your son? During work, do you still have to take care of the children? It's really hard work." Natasha smiled and said, "Tony, if you dare to talk nonsense, I promise you will tear your mouth." Well, she couldn't go on anymore, because Lee Bufan had already sealed her alluring red lips. "Well, use your own mouth." "Oh God, what did I see?" Tony exclaimed. Little Chili was also stunned. "You guy." Natasha broke free with the will of the agent and asked with a reddish cheek, "What are you doing?" Lee Bufan said, "I just proved it to Tony." Chapter 34, What he can do is beyond your imagination. Mark 6, which is the sixth-generation suit of Iron Man, the latest invention of Tony Stark. He developed a brand-new arc reactor. At the same time, he added an infrared laser knife to his wrist, but cut the steel door. The power of this suit is unprecedentedly powerful. The only flaw is that the weapon consumes too much energy. After a cool outfit, Tony has turned into Iron Man. Wow, cool. Although he entered the Marvel world, this was the first time Lee Bufan had come into contact with Iron Man so close, and he couldn't help whistling. Iron Man is worthy of being Marvel's C position. Although Tony, this guy is poisonous, rich, self-willed, tattooed, and picking up girls, he's still a good boy. A few years later, this guy sacrificed himself in order to save half of the human race. It is even more great. How should I say? The body of a mortal is comparable to a god. Lee Bufan would not do that, but from the bottom of his heart, he has a respect for such a person. "Hey," Tony pointed at Lee Bufan and said, "S.H.I.E.L.D. must be crazy. It actually recruits little guys like you. Boy, are you still weaned." Wipe. There was a black line on Lee Bufan's forehead, and he withdrew his words, now that respect was gone. New York will be very dangerous later. It's more dangerous than just now. You'd better hide, or it's not a mental damage expense. It's useless even if the dead person needs compensation, right? Oh no, the dead will not be compensated at all. Although this guy didn't care about the money. He lost Lee Bufan $2 million, but how could he be the kind of master who is willing to suffer losses? He must ask for it back. The character is still very bad. The corner of Lee Bufan's mouth hooked, which is not a coincidence. "We are half a cat. You are poisonous. You are bad. And the little master is not bad." "Wait." Natasha frowned and immediately said, "Tony, what happened? What are you going to do now? You must explain it clearly to me." "Sweetheart, I don't have time to explain to you." Whoosh. Tony activated the Iron Man armor, turned it into a red streamer, and flew towards Manhattan. There, it was Justin Hammer who held the first set of unmanned steel soldier press conference of Hammer Industries. Yes, unlike Tony's Iron Man suit, the steel armor designed by Whiplash for Hammer Industries is a remote-controlled model. Of course, in order to prove himself, Justin Hammer also put together a wearable controlled by Lieutenant Colonel James Rhodes. In the U.S. military, Rhodes is the best soldier in handling steel suits. He has a very good relationship with Tony, but he is in the rivers and lakes and can't help himself. He can't disobey the military's orders, even if Justin Hammer is Tony's enemy. Even if he himself hates that guy extremely, he still has to cooperate with Hammer. "Vank that lunatic," Little Chili exclaimed as if thinking of something. Natasha looked serious. "Miss Potts, what happened?" "There is no time to explain. Let's go to Justin Hammer's exhibition right away." As we walked, we said, "Jarvis, prepare the Phantom sports car." "Jarvis, okay, Miss Potts." 10 minutes later, Lee Bufan, Natasha, and Pepper drove the Phantom sports car and galloped towards the exhibition center. On the way, little Pepper quickly sorted out the matter and exclaimed, "It's incredible." Lee Bufan chuckles and said, "It's very simple." Little Chili glanced at Lee Bufan. "Where is it simple?" Lee Bufan shrugged and said, "Although S.H.I.E.L.D. has great magical powers, it does not mean that no one can control it. What if the lashes were released by the president himself, signing a document? It was just a prisoner." Little Pepper fell in a deep thought. "That's what Tony said," Natasha said. "Miss Potts, what do you want to do with the whip?" "What does Tony mean?" Little Pepper shook his head. "I don't know. Whiplash must have a big plan. Tony should have guessed it, but he didn't say. I only know it must be related to Hammer's product exhibition, and I will know it there." Chapter 35, Don't Follow Me Again, or You Will Die. The scene of the Hammer Industrial Products exhibition has been messed up, and the attendees have suffered numerous casualties. In the Marvel movie, taking the New York War as an example, the Kidari alien army invaded the Earth and used this super technology to kill in New York, but the alien army collectively blinded, either attacking buildings or attacking vehicles. People? No. Basically, you can't see anyone killed or injured. The Kidari are not here to invade, but want to come to a science and technology show. It's just hilarious. But that is just a movie, not reality. The reality at this moment is that at least 60 people have died, and there are countless injured people. When Lee Bufan entered the exhibition, all he encountered were people who had fled. When he saw Lee Bufan, the little guy who was looking for death, they all a surprised look. Only 2 kind people reminded him not to go in. Lee Bufan smiled slightly and ignored it. "Damn it, little guy, you will die. Don't go in anymore." In the silent exclamation of passers-by, Lee Bufan walked into the venue with a confident expression. At the control center in the venue, Justin Hammer was completely dumbfounded and roared at the technicians, "Damn, what the does that Vank want to do? It's over, it's all over." It is indeed over. Originally, at this weapons exhibition, Justin Hammer wanted to prove to the military how advanced and powerful his weapons are, but he was lashed into a massacre scene. The anger of the people cannot be quenched, and the military will not let go. Pass him. The only thing he can do now is to minimize the loss. Cut off Vank's control of the Steel Soldiers. "Damn it, hurry up. Boss, the signals are all blocked." "Fuck." Then quickly contact the control center of Hammer Industrial Headquarters to modify the control program of all the Steel Soldiers, and it can be done there. Boss, the signal is blocked." Justin Hammer was going crazy and yelled, "Damn, you idiot. The signal is blocked. Don't you know how to use a landline?" The phone cord has also been cut. Justin Hammer. At the venue, in addition to Justin Hammer, Tony is also working hard to stop the massacre. He did a good job. If it weren't for him, the number of deaths would definitely not be so small, at least twice as many. His enemies, in addition to those unmanned Steel Soldiers, and his good friend James Rod. Whoosh. Boom. Tony tried his best to avoid Rhodes' attack. While dodging, he asked, "Rhodes, hasn't the control been lifted yet?" Rod exclaimed, "No. Tony, think about a way. I'm still locking you down." The cleverness of the whiplash trick is that Rod is different from those Steel Soldiers. In the face of Steel Soldiers' attacks, Tony can fight back and scrupulously and without psychological pressure, but he can't face Rod. He can't do this cruel hand. "Oh, friend, it seems we are in a bit of trouble." "A little bit." Rod vomited. "Tony, what do you call the situation now?" Tony said, "The people here are too dense. If you fight, it will cause a lot of casualties. You can't stay here." "Where are you going?" "Kennedy Garden." "What about the whip?" Tony shrugged and said with a smile, "My friend, the purpose of the whip is to kill me. It's not these ordinary people. He will definitely follow." "All right," Rod said, and then turned his head and saw the VIP seats in the audience. Except for the dead, all the people in the meeting had left, but there was still a calm and composed big boy sitting there, not panicking at all. With his thighs and 2 legs cocked, there was a faint smile on the corners of his mouth, as if he were watching a play. "Damn it, what's the matter with that big boy?" Rod exclaimed and said to Lee Bufan, "Hey, get out of here quickly. Otherwise, you will be dead." a little bastard. Tony also saw Lee Bufan. Chapter 36. My god, damn it, 2 more. Tony is in a fierce battle with the unmanned steel soldier, and Rod always locks Tony and carries out continuous force output on him. Tony vomits. Damn, Miss N, you're not a little annoying now, but very annoying. Hasn't Natasha changed Rod's operating system yet? The work efficiency is really a bit low. Lee Bufan has the same idea as Tony. He originally wanted to wait for Natasha to finish it by himself, but he didn't expect it was too slow. In that case, I'll do it myself. Lee Bufan's mouth twitched, and he suddenly appeared in front of Tony and Rod. Oh god! Luo was shocked and exclaimed, Tony, I think you need to introduce this little guy to me now. What ability does he have? How can he keep up with us? Damn it! Tony was also taken aback for a moment and muttered, You lingering little guy, you have a bit of skill. Could it be that I mumbled you? Lee Bufan said, Hey Tony, can't your mouth be so stinky? Next moment, Lee Bufan suddenly used his force, like a cannonball, and shot straight towards Luada. Rod's face was dumbfounded. Tony, what does he want to do? Tony didn't have time to answer him, yelling, Damn bastard, don't be foolish, you will die. Get out of here. The hero is a hero, even if he is extremely annoying, but Lee Bufan is in danger. Tony will do his best to save it, but this time there is no need for it. Boom! In a loud noise, Rod received a fatal blow in the chest, which was not only the source of power for the steel armor, but also a fatal flaw. Oh! Luo was shocked, and at the next moment, an incredible scene appeared. Lee Bufan stepped on Luo's chest, and then as if cutting melons and vegetables, he tore off all the steel suits on his body. In just 3 seconds, Lee Bufan completely removed Rod's steel suit. Rod looked dumbfounded. Nima, what kind of monster is this little guy? Tearing the armor with bare hands? This is too exaggerated. Lee Bufan clapped his hands and said, There is no trouble now. Tony looked at Lee Bufan in surprise and swallowed abruptly. There is indeed no trouble. Hell, Lord Steel's suit has been completely scrapped. How to control the whiplash? Quite a while. Tony said, You little guy, it really surprised me. Okay, I take back what I said before. You are fully qualified to enter S.H.I.E.L.D. Little guy, you have gained my approval. Lee Bufan rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, Damn, Tony, I need your approval? What are you kidding? Tony craps. The whole world needs Tony Stark's approval. Go eat shit. Lee Bufan's narcissism towards Tony is completely speechless. Without Rod's restraint, Tony's firepower was fully on, and the infrared laser knife cut the steel soldiers like melons and vegetables. With a roar, all the remaining steel soldiers were quickly resolved. But before there was time to celebrate, a heavier roar suddenly came from the sky, and a gray-white steel monster descended from the sky. Boom! The whip fell heavily on the ground, and a huge hole appeared 10 meters in front of Lee Bufan. ZZ. At this moment, the whip is completely armored, and the biggest difference between his suit and the Iron Man suit is that 2 energy whips are connected to his wrist. The power is stronger than before, and it is enough to cut a metal staircase, or even cut one. Army. Click. The armored helmet was removed, revealing a rough face with a toothpick in his mouth. Of course, Ivan Vankwip. Welcome back. He greeted Tony first. There is a reason for this sentence. Previously, Tony was depressed because of palladium poisoning. Through the videotape left by his father, Tony created a new element and fixed the palladium poisoning, which then re-emerged. As for you, Chapter 37 Flight Ability and Shadow Clone Technique. 3. This sudden raging flame almost burned them all. This kind of oolong will naturally not appear. These flames are all controlled by chakra, and Lee Bufan can control the attack range of Wadan as he wants. God! Tony exclaimed. Who are you? What was that just now? Magic? Are you a magician? Or a legendary magician? Hell, how can a magician exist in this world? Before Doctor Strange joined the reunion, no one believed that there was magic on the earth. Not to mention Tony, even Doctor Strange himself, after his hands were abolished, he went to Nepal to find a way to heal his hands. When he first met the Gu-E mage, he absolutely did not believe that Gu-E was a magician. For Doctor Strange and Tony, magic has completely subverted their existing worldview. Not magic. What is that? Tony asked in shock. Lee Bufan smiled and didn't explain much. He just pointed to the iron soldier who had been torn apart by Tony on the ground and said, "Tony, I think you're focusing on the wrong thing now." OM. The chests of those steel soldiers began to flash red, which meant that these steel soldiers were about to explode. Damn it. Vank this bastard. Tony's face changed drastically, and he cursed fiercely. He immediately picked up Rod and rose into the sky. At the same time, Lee Bufan, who was still rushing to the ground, said, "Little guy, you should have no problem, right? Leave me alone." Lee Bufan casually said that Tony had a lot of trouble. At the gate of Hammer Industry, in front of Little Pepper, there was also a steel soldier who was destroyed by Natasha. A few minutes later, Lee Bufan appeared in a coffee shop. System. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. After completing the side quest of the plot, you have one flying profound truth and a type of ninjutsu. The relevant rewards have been distributed to the red envelope space, and you can check it yourself. Lee Bufan immediately checked the profundity of flying. Item, flying profound meaning. The world, the supreme law, quality, a level high. Special effects. Once you master the flying profound truth, you will gain the ability to fly. Flying? This ability is very good. Lee Bufan nodded and quickly browsed through the entire cheat book. 2 minutes, the browsing is complete. It was as if electric current ran all over the body. A huge torrent of information entered Lee Bufan's mind, and at the same time, he felt that his body seemed to have undergone subtle changes. Lee Bufan was taken aback for a moment. What's going on? Your body seems to be strengthened again? He reread all the information in Flying Profound Truth and quickly understood it. Flying Profound Truth, the top spell in the Supreme Law world. Yes, this Supreme Law is the world of wizards. Lee Bufan masters the flying profundity. The highest speed can be comparable to that of Iron Man, and the flying height can rush into the atmosphere. Without the corresponding physical fitness, how could it be possible to fly so fast and so high? As the top spell in the magician world, such flaws are impossible. Body strengthening is also a part of this top-level spell. The fundamental reason why this spell can become the top-level existence in the magician world is that it is instant. No spells are required. Once the practice is successful, flying will become the magician's natural magical powers. Putting in this world basically means that Lee Bufan has suddenly awakened the superpower of flying. This reward is unexpectedly powerful, but is also in Lee Bufan's expectation that this is an A-level, high-level reward. Let's see what ninjutsu is rewarded. Lee Bufan's thoughts swept through the red envelope space. Item, multi-shadow clone technique. Attributes, special item skills. Chapter 38 Mom, look, someone is flying in the sky. Lee Bufan's thoughts flashed. He quickly browsed the technique of multiple shadow clones and said in secret, I have too few chakras and multiple shadow clones can't be used. You can get 2 clones and it's easy. This is also a blessing in misfortune. The basis of multiple shadow clones is the technique of shadow clones. This reward is equal to 2, rewarding 1 A-level ninjutsu and an extra B-level ninjutsu as a gift. Soon, Lee Bufan completed his training and has fully grasped the profound meaning of multiple shadow clones. Lee Bufan secretly said, multiple shadow clones. This ninjutsu is a bit interesting, but it's a pity that you can't use it. The system. What level of reward is the Chakra God tree? That's right. Don't you just need chakras? Get the sacred tree directly. How many chakras do you want? The system machine replied. The host has no permission. Pete, with authority again, Lee Bufan shook his head and continued. Then let me ask another question. What level of rewards are the 9 big-tailed beasts? System. Report host, S-level advanced. That's it. The sacred tree is the true face of the 10-tailed beast, and the 9 big-tailed beasts are all differentiated from the sacred tree. Since the 9 big-tailed beasts are S-level higher, It indirectly shows that the sacred tree is at least SSS level, even semi-god or class. Of course, it is absolutely impossible to be the ancestor level. Marvel is a multi-universe civilization, and Naruto is just a civilization of one planet. Maybe it can't reach the level. When he got the information he wanted, Bufan nodded in satisfaction and secretly said, "It seems that it is time to raise the level of the red envelope. Director Marinated, I will give you a big surprise soon." After drinking the coffee, Bufan walked out of the coffee shop and came to a small alley next to him. "Come on, try new abilities." Bufan smiled slightly. His mind moved, his feet slowly left the ground, his whole body soared up, getting higher and higher. When he was 20 meters above the ground, he stopped still, overlooking the ground. This new ability is cool. Since ancient times, flying has been the dream of mankind. Later, mankind finally realized it, but it only relied on flying machines to realize it indirectly. Just like Iron Man, it also relies on that set of steel armor. How is it like Bufan? Go home. Bufan blew his whistle happily, like a rocket launching, and with a squeak, he swept across the Brooklyn sky and flew towards Queens. Soon, he flew to his own community. Outside the cold drink shop on the street, an 8-year-old kid was eating ice cream. He raised his head by accident, his eyes widened suddenly, and the ice cream on his face dropped out of his hands. Mom, someone is flying in the sky. Superman. This is the Marvel world. There's no Marvel comics, but there are DC comics. In the DC world, the omnipotent Kryptonian Superman has countless fans. Whoosh! While the little boy was still exclaiming, Bufan had already fallen to the ground and came to the little guy's side and caught the ice cream that fell. The little boy was stunned. At this time, the little boy's mother also came out and looked at the little boy suspiciously. "Tom, what did you say?" "I'll give you ice cream. Don't drop the little one." Bufan stuffed the ice cream into the stunned little boy. The little boy's mother hurriedly said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Bufan blinked at the little boy, then turned and walked into his neighborhood. Only then did the little boy realize that he could care about ice cream, and he took his mother's arm and exclaimed excitedly, Superman! Mom, he was flying in the sky just now." "Really, I didn't lie," the little boy's mother said with a serious face. "Tom, when you lie, you always say that I didn't lie." "Really, Mother, it's definitely true this time." "Also, go back with me and let your father teach you." "Ah, he really can," the little boy yelled helplessly. It's a pity that no one would believe him. Chapter 39, X-Men Foursome. One more. Outside, Bufan drank the water and didn't immediately return to his room. Instead, he nestled on the sofa in the living room and used his phone for half an hour. Time came to 11:30. Suddenly, his spirit shook suddenly. A powerful mental consciousness was invading his brain, and the absolute guardian of the mind was activated instantly, immediately blocking that mental consciousness from the brain. Bufan's face was cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Mind control? Is this Professor X or Phoenix?" Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. Trigger the storyline. Open the special quest red envelope. Defeat the X-Men Quartet. If the mission is successful, corresponding rewards will be issued. Oh, it looks like the X-Men came to the door. Bufan has already figured out the characteristics of the red envelope system. This is not only a real scene extraction system, but also a portable smart housekeeper. Whether it is a release task or a task reward, it perfectly fits Bufan's needs. Bufan's face sank a little angry. First Magneto, then Professor X. What is going on with these mutants? If you don't trouble them, they should burn the incense, but they do it well, angering themselves one after another, and now they're coming to the door even more. It's nothing more than going to the door. Without saying a word, I try to enter my mind and read my thoughts. This behavior is extremely rude and excessive. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, and a gentle voice came in. "Mr. Lee, we have no intention of offending, but there is something we want to talk to you. Would you please open the door?" "Coming?" "Very good." With a hint of coldness at the corner of Bufan's mouth, he opened the door blankly, and 2 men and 2 women appeared in front of him. 2 men, a gentleman with glasses, but once this guy activates his superpowers, his whole body will be covered with blue hair. He is Hank McCoy, the Beast, and he has both power and IQ in the X-Men. The other, wearing red quartz glasses with opening and closing devices, is the Laser Eye Scott. 2 women. The one on the left is full of silver hair, dancing without wind, tight-fitting leather clothes, silver cloak, devil-like bumpy figure, delicate skin and shiny. All over his body exudes a strange temperament. What a black pearl. It is Aloro, the girl of the storm. The other person is a typical white beauty. The explosion of her figure is comparable to that of the Storm Girl. Her natural red hair adds a charm to her. But it is the Phoenix female piano, gray, but the invasion just failed, making her mouth full. Pant. His white forehead was covered with dense drops of sweat. Bufan looked at Jean Grey and said lightly, "You'd better be careful in the future. When you don't even know the strength of your opponent, it's best not to use superpowers casually. Oh, more. It is very impolite to try to get into other people's brains and read other people's thoughts without their permission." The Phoenix girl looked at Bufan in shock and said in a puzzled way, "What are your abilities and why?" "What ability do I have? Why should I tell you?" Bufan asked with a sneer. Oops. Hank the Beast and Aloro, the Storm Girl, were shocked. As long as a person with a slight temper, I am afraid that they will not be able to accept the behavior of the Phoenix woman, let alone the man in front of him. Not only has a temper, but he is more capable. The Beast helped his glasses and immediately said, "Mr. Lee, we are indeed reckless in this matter. I apologize to you on behalf of Chin." Bufan sneered. "I haven't finished speaking, and her behavior is very impolite." "Isn't your behavior very polite?" The X-Men quartet looked dumbfounded. "What did we do?" "You came to visit without permission. Do you still feel reasonable?" The group of 4 is still dumbfounded. Is this impolite? According to your statement, as long as we don't get your permission, we can't come to your house or even contact you. We just came to talk to you and didn't do anything. Chapter 40 Conflict. 2 more. After reading this, Bufan shook his head and said, "Professor X made a mistake. I am not a mutant." The Beast was taken aback and shook his head, thinking that Bufan was an identity that rejected mutants. As we all know, in this world, superpowers are heroes, and variable races are born of stepmothers. Humans regard them as heretics and do not want to live in peace, but always think about how to eliminate all these heretics. The other 3 couldn't help it a long time ago. The Storm Girl sneered. "Your denial has no meaning. Don't think that you don't identify with your identity as a mutant, and you are not." Laser Eye said grumpily, "Come to the college with us, and when you see Professor X, you will know everything." "Oh." Bufan narrowed his eyes and said with a sneer, "So, the purpose of your coming here is to take me away? If I don't agree, you'll forcibly take me away?" Laser eyed his neck and said, "How about it?" At this time, Professor X and the Beast Hank telepathically said gently, "Hank, stop other people. Don't let the situation develop beyond control." The Beast immediately said, "Don't be impulsive, everyone. If you have something to say, please." "Nothing to say," Bufan said with a cold face. "You don't think that they can leave without a problem after a lot of cruel words? How can I count my face? It's impossible to speak well. If you want to speak well, what about my task?" "Of course, the task is not important. The important thing is that you are all so arrogant. How about giving you a severe lesson? Where is my face?" Laser Eye's temper was already rushing. Seeing Bufan's uncooperativeness, how could he bear it? Yelled, "The man opposite, you don't want Wanda to discover your secrets, do you? Let's go to no man's land. This time I must severely teach you, this brazen boy." "Okay." Bufan's mouth twitched. "Then you don't want to run away. You have to keep up. Laser Eye and Storm Girl are going crazy. Escape? They are X-Men. What are you talking about?" But they soon understood what Bufan meant, because just after Bufan uttered that sentence, wearing sandals, he went out and closed the door carefully without making a sound. Then, whoosh, Bufan flashed out like a flash of lightning, and disappeared instantly. His speed is Iron Man. The difference is that Tony needs the help of that suit of steel, and he doesn't need anything. For this alone, the two have already made a judgment. Storm Girl can also fly, but the speed is so slow that it cannot be compared with Bufan. Oh my God, the Storm Girl said in a speechless voice. What level of superpower did that guy awaken? And how could he fly so fast? The Beast shook his head and smiled bitterly. I don't know. I only know that we are really in serious trouble this time. Laser Eye said, displeased. Hank, what's the use of fast light? You don't think we will really lose, do you? The Beast did not speak. Keep up. One can't do it. Let's just go with the four of us. We must give him a severe lesson, Laser Eye said, and immediately rushed downstairs. 20 minutes later, everyone rushed to the forest outside the suburbs. The Big Apple City is very large and very prosperous, but there are few foreigners, and the suburbs are real suburbs and retain many natural gifts. The Beast, the Storm Girl, and the others couldn't keep up with Bufan at all. When Bufan deliberately slowed down, the Storm Girl barely kept up and then reported to the others. The Beast, the Phoenix Girl, and Laser Eye arrived by helicopter. That's it. Bufan nodded in satisfaction and suddenly landed on the ground. The Laser Eye is ready to go. Wait! The Beast ran out to disrupt the situation again and said anxiously, Mr. Lee, can't you really listen to me? Bufan said impatiently, Blue hair monster, what else to say? I've said all that should be said. Chapter 41, Superpowers with Endless Levels. 3 more. The Phoenix Girl said with a weird expression. Then, what kind of monster is that guy? With such a high-intensity confrontation, his physical fitness doesn't seem to decrease at all. What was it like 5 minutes ago, and what it is now to abnormal? Yes, this is the key. After fighting for a full 5 minutes, Bufan was still full of energy. Looking at Laser Eye, he was already out of breath. After another 10 minutes, Bufan didn't need to fight back. Laser Eye would fall down by himself. The Storm Girl frowned and said, Did Professor X feel incomplete? Phoenix Girl, what do you mean? Storm Girl guessed. This abnormal physical ability, will he not only awaken his flying ability, but also other things? It's possible. The Phoenix Woman nodded. At this time, Professor X's voice suddenly appeared in the minds of the Beast, the Phoenix Girl, and the Storm Girl. Hank, Chi, and Ororo. Take it. Scott can't hold on anymore, since this battle cannot be avoided. Then let that little guy know that the strength of our Mutant Academy is also good. The three of them all responded. The Beast instantly turned on its superpowers, and blue hair grew all over its body, and its stature suddenly expanded, like a giant blue-haired ape. Over there, Bufan had noticed the changes of the three of them, and said with a light smile, Why? Are you finally going to make a move? The Beast said, We don't want to bully too much, but Scott can't hold it anymore. If you fight him head-on, we won't make a move. The Storm Girl sneered. Are you just hiding? Bufan said speechlessly. Please, I have speed. This is my ability. He can't hit me. This counts as my head. Do I have to stand here and let him shoot? What do you think? The police is too domineering, right? The Beast and the party's laser eyes are all red. Embarrassment. Never reason with an angry woman. The Phoenix Girl and the Storm Girl at this moment are totally unreasonable. Phoenix Female said, Then you don't blame us for deceiving less. To bully the less? What do you want? Bufan twitched his mouth and said, Want to be one-on-one? Simple. The Beast frowned and immediately observed its surroundings and said vigilantly, Do you still have a helper? The 9th of the 10 heavenly stems. Shadow clone technique. Suddenly, before the voice of the Beast fell, 3 people exactly like him appeared around Bufan. The X-Men quartet changed color in horror. Damn it, what is this operation? The Beast's scalp was numb by Bufan's show, and in his consciousness, Professor X, who saw this scene through the eyes of the Beast, was equally shocked and beyond words. The Beast said in a speechless voice, Professor X, what's the situation? Professor X, who was far away at the Mutant Academy, shook his head. I don't know either. Illusory? Magic? For Bufan. 3 of them are fake? Shouldn't they have any offensive ability? The beast asked a series of questions. Professor X said, "It should be magic. He is just one person. It is impossible to suddenly become four." A short pause. Professor X ordered, "You, Storm Girl, and Laser I will go together, and Sheen and I will find out the body of that little guy, and see if it can enter his brain and control his consciousness." "No problem." The beast responded and immediately issued combat instructions to the remaining three. "Fight separately." The deity Bufan chuckled and gave orders to the three branches. The three avatars confronted the beast, the Phoenix Girl, and the Laser Eye, and his deity fought against the Storm Girl, but the accident still happened. The beast and Laser Eye respectively fought against a clone of Bufan. Sheen Shioli's cheeks secreted countless drops of sweat. At first, it was just dense sweat, but almost instantly, it turned into a bead of sweat. She stared at a clone who was walking towards her in horror and shouted, "How is this possible?" After turning his eyelids, he fainted directly. The face of the beast, the Laser Eye, and the woman of the storm who floated into the air changed drastically, and she exclaimed at the same time. Chapter 42. The Man Who Resists Thunder and Lightning. For more, the beast was taken aback. In his eyes, Professor X was wise, peaceful, and absolutely calm. No matter what or when, he did not show such strong feelings. Well, in fact, he was too horrified. "Professor X, what happened? Why did Jean faint suddenly?" "She's okay. Just rest for a few days. Just now, I and Sheen intended to find the deity of the little guy and then enter his brain, but I was surprised to find that all four people have their own consciousness, and Sheen could not bear it. With this intensity, that's why I fainted." "What?" The beast was completely horrified and said in disbelief, "How is this possible? How can a person have four consciousnesses at the same time? Doesn't that mean that the four guys are independent, and each is Bufan? God, it's impossible. How could this happen?" Professor X has calmed down. His face is unprecedentedly dignified, and said, "I don't know what is going on. You continue to fight with Stormgirl. His consciousness is extremely strong, like a steel plate. I can't get in at all, but at least it can have some influence on him, and I will assist you from the side. I know the professor." The beast no longer communicates with Professor X, and instead fights with Bufan in front of him wholeheartedly. "Blue-haired monster, you have finally finished talking. Let's fight a battle soon. I can't wait." The beast was speechless, and Bufan in front of him was like a naughty child, but he immediately learned the horror of this bear child. "We're done. Hard work." Boom! A small fireball spit out from the avatar Bufan's mouth and quickly expanded, like a huge wall, overwhelmingly attacking the beast, crushing the ground. The ground instantly burned, and it turned into a sea of flames. "Damn it, what is this again?" The beast's eyebrows throbbed, and he looked at Bufan in shock and amazement. Wrong. They all underestimated the strength of this little guy. Not only is he not weak, but also very strong. It's not so strong, but terribly strong. Although the beast escaped, the blue hair was burned a lot, all scorched, extremely embarrassed. In the air battlefield, the battle between Bufan's deity and the Storm Girl is also in full swing. The Storm Girl is suspended 50 meters above the ground. Completely still, her eyes are widening, and it seems that there's a sea of stars hidden inside. Rumble. The sky changed color. The weather was still clear and cloudless, and the dark clouds shrouded in an instant. At the same time, feeling that the Phoenix Girl is about to take action, Professor X, who is far away from the Mutants Academy, jumped out of the beast's brain, and with the help of the brainwave device, began to launch the most fierce offensive in history against Bufan. ZZ. Bufan only felt unprecedented shocks in his head, dizziness, vertigo, and flaws in his incomparably hard defense of consciousness. The consciousness was like a copper wall, an iron wall, and there appeared a gap like a spider web. Giving up resistance, attributed to me. Give up resistance, attributed to me. A diabolical voice didn't stay in Bufan's mind, and if it continued like this, Professor X would definitely break through his conscious defense. The shortcomings of the shadow avatar technique appeared. In addition, there is another point that is Professor X's ability unexpectedly powerful. Receive. Bufan made a decisive decision and immediately retracted the 3 shadow clones. His consciousness defense was solid again, and the devilish voice disappeared, but he felt a little dizzy. Crackling. At this time, the storm girl in the sky, with silver hair flying, had completed the preparation work, and the raindrops dripped down like the sound of drumming. But this is just a prelude. The dark clouds in the sky became denser and denser, and it turned into a downpour in a flash. And then, crack! There was a thunderstorm, and then a serpentine lightning tore through the night sky. The lightning was as strong as a window. Under the guidance of Storm Girl, it was unstoppable and struck Bufan. Chapter 43. Bastard, you are a gangster. One more. Bufan raised his head and grinned. Black Pearl, I let you chop for no reason. What do you think should be calculated? The Storm Girl snorted coldly. You asked for it. Whoosh. Like a rocket, Bufan rushed straight towards the Storm Girl. In a blink of an eye, he came to the Storm Girl. Before the Storm Girl reacted, he took her in his arms. The Storm Girl exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with shame. But after the reaction came, I realized that not only was he hugged by the other party, but Xion was silently attacked. Even squeezed. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. The Storm Girl ran away in an instant, and she wanted to hit Bufan when she changed her hands. Unfortunately, her melee ability was really worrying. Bufan grabbed her 2 wrists with one hand and held her behind her back. Let me go, Bufan sneered and said. Woman, where is this and where? You can't stand it? Tell you, this is just the interest I charged in advance, and I will settle the general ledger with you later. Before that, you can't. Right below, the beast looked up. Professor X borrowed the mouth of the wild beast and said, Mr. Lee, please don't hurt Aloro. I've already said that the Mutant Academy has no intention of being invincible with you, let alone hurting you. Please come down, listen to my words, and then make a decision. It's not too late. At this moment, Bufan's mind sounded a system prompt, and the task had been completed. Okay, I also want to hear what you want to say. Bufan chuckled lightly and brought Storm Girl down, landing straight on the ground. His goal was originally to teach the X-Men Quartet to complete the task, and it was not a deep hatred, and it was far from a life-and-death struggle. Furthermore, he is neither a villain nor a murderous demon. After falling to the ground, Storm Girl hummed blushingly, Don't let me go. It's okay to be on top just now. Now I'm down, and in front of my companions, I'm even more shy, especially the guy's hands are still playing unscrupulously, making the storm too shy. I wish I could find a place to sew in. Ahem. The beast looked embarrassed, turned his head, pretending that he was looking at the scenery. No problem. Bufan let go, and the Storm Girl immediately returned to the beast, not daring to look at the beast's eyes, for fear that her companion would make fun of it. Storm Girl, remember what I just said? Oh, the same thing. Please also transfer to Phoenix Girl for me. Want to control my consciousness without my permission. She is more rude than you. Let her think about it. How can I apologize to me? This is a hooligan. The Storm Girl stared at Bufan shyly and angrily. She wanted to go crazy, and she wanted to question Bufan. Why are I alone with Cheen, Hank, and Scott? Are you just staring at our women? Huh. Men who are not breathless. However, the situation is better than others, and Bufan has already proved that she is strong, so she doesn't want to get into trouble anymore. If it's because of yourself, the relationship with this guy deteriorates. It will not be worth the loss. Therefore, the Storm Girl resisted the angry questioning and did not speak. Okay. Bufan looked at the beast. He knew that Professor X was in the consciousness of the beast, and said, Professor X, what do you want to say? Just say it. Professor X said, Okay. Mr. Lee, are you really a mutant? Bufan shook his head. No. Professor X stopped struggling with this question and continued. The reason why we came to Mr. Lee is because of Magneto. He still has a zealous heart towards Wanda. After all, Wanda is a veteran of the Brotherhood, and he is also a capable man. Bufan frowned and said, Houghton said, "S.H.I.E.L.D. has reached an agreement with Magneto." Spice Cornegg, Professor X, the Beast, and the Storm Girl were all taken aback and immediately realized that Bufan was referring to Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau. The Storm Girl chuckled out loud. Professor X could not help but smile. "Mr. Lee, your metaphor is very unique. Let's get back to the subject. S.H.I.E.L.D. did reach an agreement with Magneto, but according to my opinion." Chapter 44, Phoenix Power. 2 more. Magic. Now, Doctor Strange doesn't know that birth is not born. He still takes her students to hide in the shadows. Every time he fights, He will take the initiative to open the mirror world, which is roughly equivalent to the inner world of Marvel. Therefore, neither the superpower nor the mutants have ever been exposed to magic. For them, it is still a strange story passed down in legends and novels. Bufan shook his head and said, "It doesn't count." Professor X, the Beast, and the Storm Girl all breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't magic, otherwise their worldview would collapse. Bufan smiled secretly, almost couldn't hold back the spoiler. Superpowers, mutants, look forward to the expressions of these guys when they see magic and their worldview collapses. It will be very interesting. After the matter was finished, Bufan wanted to leave and suddenly thought of one thing. That is, the timeline of the X-Men is really messed up. In this world, returning to the Marvel Cinematic Universe family, I don't know how far it has developed. N.S. Logan. This time the X-Men quartet came here, but there was no Wolverine Logan. That was the melee role of the X-Men and the Mental Totem. Thinking of this, Bufan asked, "Professor X, I want to ask you something." Professor X said, "What's the matter?" Bufan said, "Wolverine Logan, have you joined the X-Men now?" Professor X shook his head and said, "Wolverine is a good fellow. He saved the children from the Mutant Academy, but after the children were rescued, he disappeared. I tried to find him, but failed. So, even the story of the X-Men hasn't even started yet? That's not fun yet." Bufan blew his whistle and said, "You will succeed. I'm going back to sleep. Oh, I almost forgot the most important thing." Professor X said, "You said," Bufan said, "unless Wanda volunteers, you are not allowed to disturb her because she enjoys her current life. Also, no one is allowed to tell Wanda about me." Professor X, "This is not a problem. We didn't plan to let Wanda join the X-Men. We just didn't want Magneto to succeed." Bufan nodded and flew back home quickly. If Magneto said this, it is absolutely false, but if he is Professor X, it would be another matter. When Bufan disappeared, the Beast and Storm Girl couldn't help it anymore. Storm Girl snorted and said, "Professor X, that is a stinky rascal. Why are you so polite to him? Don't think he is only 18 years old, but his eyes are dead. Aurora, what can you do if you're welcome? You have already learned his strength." Professor X said helplessly. The Storm Girl glared, "But you didn't fully utilize your strength just now, and Hank and I have hidden everything. If you really start, we may not have nothing to do with him. And the violin, that guy must not be ours." Opponent. Professor X sighed. Aurora also said, "Let's shoot together." The Storm Girl was speechless. Indeed, she overlooked the most important point. Even as she said, all of them showed 100% of their strength and defeated Bufan. So what? Doesn't this already explain in a disguised form that that guy is resisting the existence of the Mutant Academy by one person? Storm Girl glanced at the fainted Phoenix Girl and said, "If Cheen uses the power of the Phoenix, that guy must not be our opponent." Aurora. Professor X's expression suddenly became extremely severe, and he stared at Storm Girl. "Listen, I don't allow you to mention the power of Phoenix." The Storm Girl was taken aback, knowing that she had touched Professor X's inverse scales, and hurriedly said, "Professor, I won't be anymore. The power of the Phoenix, the most mysterious power in the Marvel world, is also one of the most powerful. In the comic setting, the power of the Phoenix is the embodiment of the life force and emotional power of the universe, immortal and fickle. Even in the Marvel movie universe, the piano with the power of the Phoenix Gray is still one of the biggest bugs. In the Battle of Apocalypse, Professor X, Magneto, Quicksilver, Stormgirl, Laser Eye, Beast, Demons, and many other X-Men teamed up. They were not opponents of Apocalypse, but Jean used the power of Phoenix to burn Apocalypse. The Ashes. In that battle involving the life and death of all mankind. If it weren't for Jean Grey, the power of the Phoenix exploded at the last moment. Chapter 45, someone is going to be unlucky. 3 more. Queens at home. Bufan poured a glass of cold water and drank it and said, "The system can issue task rewards." Mind. The sound of the system's machinery sounded. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the special task. You could get special task red envelope rewards. Related items have been distributed to the red envelope space, and you can check it yourself. Oh, it. Bufan's thoughts flickered, and he found the rewarded treasure in the red envelope space in an instant. There are actually 2 more. Bufan was overjoyed. Yes, after defeating the X-Men quadruple, the item rewards 1 are not 1, but 2, just like the previous triggering of the Iron Man 2 plot branch. This gave Bufan a bold conjecture. The task red envelope is definitely a kind of item reward, but these 2 times are 2 kinds. The fundamental reason is that the storyline is triggered. Will it? This also reminded Bufan that he still shouldn't be too salty. Whenever he encounters the beginning of any incident in Marvel, he must participate as much as possible. Only in this way can he have more opportunities to trigger the storyline. Never mind this. Just look at the reward items. Bufan thought and received the first reward item information. Item: Empty Cicada. Attributes: Special item skills. Quality: A level high. World: Reaper. Special effects: Based on instant step, higher teleportation method. The teleportation method is good. Bufan nodded. Kong Cicada, a skill from the world of death, cannot be transferred over long distances and is suitable for close combat. Based on the instant step, in the rapid movement, the visual afterimage made the enemy mistakenly believe that the opponent had been stabbed, but in fact it only pierced the outer clothing. As for the person, he had already disappeared. This is an extremely clever body technique. Mastering the empty cicada is equivalent to mastering the instant step. In other words, this is also a reward equal to 2. Learn now. 2 minutes later, Bufan had completely mastered Kong Cicada, without any changes in his body, just an extra skill. Bufan ticked the corner of his mouth and said with a chuckle, "Come on, try new skills." Whoosh! Before he finished his words, his deity had disappeared from the sofa in the living room and appeared at the door of the bathroom. He fixed his eyes and looked back. There was still his afterimage on the sofa. Confusion has a great effect. Cool. Bufan blew his whistle, cast empty cicada again, and instantly sat back on the sofa and immediately browsed the second item reward. Item: Lay done? Lay yes. Attributes: Special item skills. Quality: A level high. World: Naruto. Special effects: S-rank ninjutsu. As you know, Bufan frowned. Richi. This technique was developed by Hagi Kakashi. It is an improved version of Thunderdun. Chidori. That is to say, this is still a reward equal to 2. As long as Bufan has mastered Reish, he will have mastered Chidori. Hagi Kakashi used this technique to sever the lightning in the sky when he was a teenager, hence the name Leichia. Facts have proved that even if they are both A-level high quality, there is a difference. This is the first S-level ninjutsu that Bufan has obtained. It is powerful enough to penetrate the human body directly, but the problem is that this is Lei Dun, and Bufan previously used it as Hua Dun, with different chakra attributes. Can you learn by yourself? I haven't considered this question before, but now I have to think about it. Bufan asked the system immediately, and the answer was yes. He underestimated chakra operation profound meaning. It is not only the profundity of chakra operation, it is also a cheating device against the sky. He has quietly transformed Bufan's body so that he can use 5 attributes for investigation. Carrot. Chapter 46, The Return of the Legend. For more, Bufan quickly ate up his breakfast and then went straight to the rooftop. Now that he has mastered flying skills, How could he use other means of transportation? 3 minutes later, Lee Bufan descended like A and appeared above S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau. In other places, in order not to cause public panic, it is natural to hide special abilities, but this is S.H.I.E.L.D., which is another matter. Strangeness. Lee Bufan frowned. What happened? I saw. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau went around, and the guards were quite strict. The agents who were usually in charge of these tasks were all level 1 to 3 agents. Basically, all of them are dragons, but today is different. Those dragons are absent, and they are all replaced by elite agents. There are still many familiar faces among them, but aren't they the ones who clamored to be good-looking agents when they graded their agents? That 7th-level agent Phil Andrew is also there. When Lee Bufan looked around, all the agents found him, and their eyes widened in an instant, showing an expression of disbelief. God, what's going on? How can that guy fly? Damn it. Is this also his special ability? I want to know how many superpowers he hides. Isn't this too exaggerated? Your focus is wrong. The guy didn't use any equipment. He wouldn't be a mutant, right? I think he is a mutant. In dumbfounded, the agents exclaimed one after another. And when they talked about why Lee Bufan could fly without any modern equipment, they came to a unified conclusion that this guy is an abominable mutant. When it comes to mutants, the eyes immediately become complicated, with both disdain and fear. This is now mutants. Compared with Spider-Man and Fantastic Four, they are really stepmothers. Spider-Man and Fantastic Four can become household superheroes, and they can be the strongest mutants in the eyes of humans. They are all alien. Lee Bufan sighed, but he understood Magneto's concept of fighting for fellow mutants. Not everyone is Professor X. As long as there is a chance, mankind wants to exterminate mutants. How many mutants cannot hate mankind? How many can, like Professor X, embrace the idea that the strong should protect the weak unswervingly and fighting for it for a lifetime? All kinds of thoughts flashed through Lee Bufan's mind like lightning and followed him slowly to the gate of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hiss! As if seeing the devil, those agents instinctively stepped back and looked at Lee Bufan's eyes, revealing undisguised horror. Lee Bufan hooked his finger at Phil Andrew, the arrogant guy who was in the assessment of Agent Lee Bufan and threatened to give him a severe lesson. Shivered all over his body at the moment, shrank and did not dare to step forward, and trembled. I didn't say bad things about you, and didn't provoke you. Hey, this is the guts of the 7th-level S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? Lee Bufan sneered and said, What's afraid of? I didn't say what to do with you. I just wanted to ask you, what's the situation now? Phil Andrew let out a sigh of reverence and said, The legend is back. The captain is inside, and you'll know when you go in. It's clear. After a long time of trouble, it is the captain who thaws finally here. But this posture is too much, right? But this is also no way. Who will let the captain have the ultimate fan? And the power of the 8th-level agent is so powerful. Lee Bufan stopped staying and strode into S.H.I.E.L.D. After entering S.H.I.E.L.D., he received a call from Coulson and asked him to go to the 7th floor. There is surveillance at the door. When Lee Bufan came to S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson knew. The tone is still very aggressive. Mr. Level 8 Agent, you are really getting more and more interesting. Lee Bufan walked into the elevator and pressed his fingerprint. Ding, you are welcome, Agent Lee Bufan. You have permission to enter the 7th underground floor. Soon, the elevator stopped on the 7th floor underground. Below the circular corridor is an area similar to a training base. The huge area is divided into many small areas with many training equipment. Lee Bufan bowed his head. Chapter 47, this is really a big surprise. In the circular corridor, Lee Bufan watched the two leave, looked at the scientist in a white scientific research uniform, and started thinking. Dr. Sevig, whose full name is Eric Seville, officially appeared in the first Thor, the world-famous astrophysicist. Thor's little girlfriend is his student. Of course, this is not the point. The point is, this guy is an expert in the universe's Rubik's Cube, and now he is involved with S.H.I.E.L.D. In other words, that sensational battle in New York is about to begin. Even Iron Man 2 can trigger the storyline. It is impossible not to trigger such a campaign that shakes all mankind. How much benefit can this bring to me? Bufan ticked the corner of his mouth, looking forward to it. After Coulson left, the U.S. team also saw Bufan, with eyes like the blue sea, flashing a hint of surprise, and asked, "Mr. Fury, what's the matter with this kid? Why does he appear here? You won't tell me that he is also a member of S.H.I.E.L.D.? This is too crazy. He is just a child." Nick Fury shrugged and said, "Steve, you already have the answer in your heart, so why bother to ask? God, how old is he? A few days ago, I was 17 years old, and now I am 18 years old, an 8th-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., officially certified and genuine." The U.S. team shook his head and smiled. "Can you tell me the specifics? For example, if this little guy has any special abilities, he could become an 8th-level agent before joining S.H.I.E.L.D. "Oh, Steve, that's a long story, so don't talk about it." Nick Fury smiled. "You are lucky, and we are unfortunate. Just last night, this little guy who likes to cause trouble caused us a big trouble for S.H.I.E.L.D. We spent the whole night giving he wipes the fart. Later, I will definitely give you a big surprise." The U.S. team looked at Bufan and said with a chuckle, "If this is the case, then I'm really looking forward to it." While talking, the U.S. team took out a $10 bill from the wallet. Nick Fury twitched his mouth and took it smoothly. This is what he deserves. After the U.S. team woke up, Nick Fury contacted him for the first time and told him that he wanted to form the Avengers. He hoped that the U.S. team would join. He also said that the world is different from before and has undergone great changes. The U.S. team smiled and said that what he saw now, he had experienced it 70 years ago, and there was nothing to surprise him anymore. So the two made a bet. If the U.S. team were still shocked by the current world, then he would lose $10 to Nick Fury. The U.S. team firmly believed that he would never lose, but he did not 3 minutes later, Coulson had sent the man away and returned again. "You." He came to Bufan, glared at Bufan, and said angrily, "You little guy, do you know what do we do to settle what you did last night and to keep the people from knowing?" Damn it. At 12 o'clock in the morning, all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were recalled and worked all night long. This falsified a perfect pilot operation error and the site where the helicopter crashed. You don't even know the basic duties and responsibilities of a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. What is it? You don't know? Huh. Let me tell you, S.H.I.E.L.D., the full name of the National Territory Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Guarantee Agency, is our responsibility for all supernatural incidents in the United States. Covering all supernatural incidents and avoiding public panic is the basic duty of S.H.I.E.L.D. No matter what happens, you must never let yourself be exposed easily. This is the basic obligation of every S.H.I.E.L.D. member. Do you understand now? When Coulson reprimanded in anger, Bufan was lazy and still picking his ears. When Coulson finished speaking, he blew the non-existent earwax and said casually, "Mr. 8th-level agent, have you finished talking?" Coulson was furious. "This is how you talk to me? I'm done. Now it's up to you to say." Boom. Bufan kicked out like lightning, hitting Coulson's chest. Coulson vomited blood and flew out of the circular corridor at the same time. Chapter 48. God, are you crazy? 2 more. Bufan shot suddenly, seriously injuring Coulson. The elite agents in the circular corridor and the office were all astonished, and then stunned. Shit, what did he do? This is too crazy. Is it true that a mere S.H.I.E.L.D. newcomer dares to attack the S.H.I.E.L.D. meritorious veteran? How could he hurt Agent Coulson? This guy is absolutely crazy. After being shocked, all the elite agents reacted and drew their weapons one after another and aimed at Bufan. "Don't move. Damn bastard. You dare to move, even if it's just a small finger. I will shoot." Countless guns were aimed at Bufan's head. But Bufan was like an okay person, as if those weapons did not exist at all, and said to Nick Fury, "Hey, Mr. Braised Egg, you are the boss of S.H.I.E.L.D. I think make sure. Is this your attitude?" "Braised. Mr. Braised Egg." Nick Fury's mouth twitched, almost vomiting blood. He swears, if he can, he will absolutely squash this hateful, venomous kid. "Take all the guns away." Nick Fury's face was pale. Now that the boss said so, even if the agents were angry, They couldn't do anything but obey. Nick Fury stared at Lee Bufan, gritted his teeth, and said, "Agent Lee Bufan, what are you doing?" Whoosh! Lee Bufan jumped down the circular corridor, and casually said, "If I remember correctly, Coulson is an 8th level agent, and I'm also an 8th level agent." Nick Fury looked dumbfounded. "So you mean, since you are both level 8 agents, so you two are equal, there's a problem with Coulson's attitude when talking to you?" Damn it, madman. The agents were also dumbfounded, with too many slots, and they didn't know where to start spraying. Can your 8th level agent be the same as Agent Coulson's 8th level agent? Don't you have any points in your heart? Lee Bufan shrugged and said, "Since we are both 8th level agents, he dared to use that attitude, so I decided to teach him a little lesson." Director of Salted Egg, you don't have any comments. Bar, damn it, you really think so? The agents were all dumbfounded. Even the seriously injured Coulson was stunned, with an expression as if you were making me laugh. "Enough," Nick Fury said in a deep voice. "Little guy, don't use Coulson's attitude as a shield anymore. What do you want to do? Don't be circumspect, just say it. Hey, he deserves to be a legend of S.H.I.E.L.D. His mind is turning fast enough." Lee Bufan shrugged and said, "Two things. The first thing, what are the conditions for me to join SHI?" He pestered Wanda again. "The former is achieved by you, but the latter," Coulson exclaimed. "The Magneto has promised that we will never harass Wanda again." "You little bastard. Idiot," Lee Bufan said coldly. "That's Magneto fooling you, don't know. Mr. 8th level agent, are you a 3-year-old kid so easy to be deceived? Or is it all in your mind? Is it shit? My Nima." Coulson almost didn't squirt a mouthful of old blood. "Is this little bastard's mouth so poisonous?" "Okay," Nick Fury said, "the Magneto incident is our fault. I will deal with it immediately and give him a fierce warning. This time, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." "Need not," Lee Bufan sneered and said, "there is only one negotiation. Since Magneto does not want it, there will be no second time. This will be given to you as well. I have given you a chance, but if you don't use it, I will solve it myself." Nick Fury nodded and said, "The second." Chapter 49. Yes, brother is just kidding you. The agents at the scene changed their colors in an uproar and looked at Lee Bufan in disbelief. This guy is absolutely crazy. In both lifetimes, Lee Bufan had been alone. No parents, no family, no attachments. Whether on Earth or in this strange parallel world, nothing had changed in that regard. He'd grown up fending for himself. So really, what did it matter which world he was in? At first, Lee Bufan assumed this world was just a quirky, alternate version of Earth. Things were familiar. Technology, people, cities, they were all more or less the same. But that illusion shattered 3 years ago. It started with a random street fight, some gangsters harassing a woman in a quiet alley. Lee Bufan had always been quick on his feet, and without thinking, he jumped in and beat them down. Only later did he learn who the woman was. Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch. That's when the panic truly began. Because in that moment, Lee Bufan realized this wasn't just another Earth. This was the Marvel Universe. And for a regular guy, that was practically a death sentence. Villains ran rampant. Cities got leveled weekly. Superheroes fought each other, and innocent bystanders ended up as debris. And then there was Thanos, who could literally erase half the population with a snap. Lee Bufan had no superpowers, no special bloodline, no magic hammer. In a world where collateral damage was an everyday term, his chances of survival were as thin as Spider-Man's webbing during a blackout. So he had only one hope: the system. That mythical cheat code every transmigrator dreams of. The golden finger of fate. But for 18 long years, it had been radio silent. He'd screamed "system" more times than he'd blinked. Over 180,000 attempts, and nothing. Until 3 days ago. That's when he finally heard it respond. System activation denied. Host is underage. Real-world red packet extraction system requires an adult body. Activation possible only after host turns 18. Lee Bufan nearly passed out on the spot. What kind of logic is that? A system with age restrictions? He'd waited 3 torturous days since then. And now, finally, on the morning of his 18th birthday, he'd been awake all night, staring at the clock, waiting for the activation. Still, no response. He was ready to blow a fuse. Then, bam, a pulse surged through his mind. It was here. A real-time, 3D map unfolded in his consciousness, covering a 1,000-meter radius centered on him. Every object, every person, every movement within that range was mapped out in stunning clarity. He could zoom in, rotate, even track activity. It was like having a super advanced Google Earth hardwired into his brain. Bufan's eyes sparkled. Finally, it wasn't all for nothing. But then, something odd caught his attention. A red dot on the map. Zooming in, his heart skipped a beat. It was inside his bathroom. There, amid the steamy haze of running water, stood a graceful figure. Flawless skin, silken curves, red energy faintly glimmering around her fingers. Wanda. Just as he was trying to process that, a robotic voice rang in his head. Ding! Real-world mapping function activated. Red packet system ready for initialization. Warning. Host must press the activation button within 3 seconds, or the system will permanently deactivate. This is not a drill. 3 seconds? What kind of sadistic design was this? Without thinking, Bufan slammed the mental button. Snap! System online. He exhaled in relief. That had been way too close. But he didn't have time to enjoy the moment. He had a very real-world problem to deal with. 15 minutes earlier, 3 years ago, when he saved Wanda from those thugs, he had no idea the butterfly effect it would trigger. Wanda had been vulnerable. And while most bystanders just stood by filming the incident, too afraid to intervene, he had stepped in. That moment changed everything. From then on, Wanda had grown increasingly attached to him. Maybe it was because they were both orphans. Maybe it was fate. But over time, their bond deepened beyond what he'd ever expected. Now, she was utterly devoted to him, to the point where, if he disappeared, she might lose control, and the world might not survive her grief. But despite the closeness, they'd never taken that final step. Wanda had been respectful. After all, 3 years ago, he'd only been 15. Physically, he might have matured early, and mentally he was far beyond his age due to living 2 lives, but Wanda waited. Now, that wait was over. He was officially 18. And at that exact moment, a startled cry echoed from the bathroom. Bufan's eyes went wide. Wanda's face, flushed red from steam and embarrassment, peeked through the glass. She glared at him, half playfully and half seriously. "You little villain," she said, her voice laced with mock anger. "Peeking at me already? Not even saying good morning." Bufan quickly raised his hands. "I swear it's not what it looks like." The system activated. There was a red. "I didn't know you were in the shower." Wanda arched an eyebrow, arms crossed beneath the towel she grabbed. "Oh, and how do you explain that?" "This is bad. This is very bad." He silently cursed the system for putting him in such an awkward position. But then a light bulb went off in his head. He put on his best innocent face and said, "Wanda, after today, I'm officially an adult." He gave her a meaningful look. "You did promise me something, remember?" Whoosh! Before Bufan's voice fell, the American team had already rushed towards him, like an agile cheetah. It suddenly launched and reached the ultimate speed. Instantly explosive, even Bufan couldn't help but take it. Shock. "Little guy, are you really ready?" In a light of laughter, the U.S. team took Bufan's half-meter as its center and suddenly turned around and instantly came to Bufan's back. The back is a fatal flaw for anyone. That is not only a blind spot for a person's vision, but at the same time, because there is no defense at all. "Wow!" Nick Fury exclaimed. "Is it about to enter a white-hot state just now?" Coulson looked at his idol with stars in his eyes. "This is too strong, right?" The other agents were dazzled by the American team's offensive actions, and they cheered. "Come on, American team. Teach this unaware boy a tough lesson. Let go of the fight. You can't kill it." Whoosh! The fierce wind rose suddenly, and the U.S. team had raised the gold shield and hit Li Bufan's back hard. Although Li Bufan's series of operations were very ridiculous just now, the U.S. team is the U.S. team. Even if Li Bufan's character is very bad, he still fights with a speed of only 60%. This shield strike looks fierce, but it is only used 3%. He still doesn't know Li Bufan's strength. This is just a test. If he rushes out and shoots this little guy to death, it will be bad. Boom! Li Bufan's clothes burst at the sound, standing still, as if he hadn't reacted. The surrounding agents cheered louder. Sure enough, this guy is also arrogant in front of them, facing a real superpower. Is he still unable to fight back? This gave them great psychological comfort. Oops! Chapter 51 Shock. An endless stream of superpowers. The U.S. team took a breath and chuckled. Little guy, you are right. I did make a fatal mistake. I should go all out. What kind of posture was that just now is incredible. Li Bufan shook his head and said, don't explain it anymore. Why? Worry about being seen through by me? No, like this kind of gadget, I know too much. It is too troublesome to explain one by one. The U.S. team was shocked and said silently, God, you call this a gadget? Well, you don't need to explain. I'm looking forward to how many such, gadgets you have. He soon saw it. The 3 kinds of fire escape ignited the raging flames of the entire arena, and the American team was caught off guard. While he was sighing, Kanchan launched. Li Bufan appeared behind him and launched a lightning-fast sneak attack. Comparable to Iron Man's flying ability, it made the American team frown. Sometimes he was already in the upper hand and wanted to fight back, but Li Bufan suddenly flew away, making him very helpless. In this battle, Li Bufan did not intend to kill, and the U.S. team did not. Even so, the process has been ups and downs. The U.S. team was embarrassed by Li Bufan, but the U.S. team was not beaten all the time. He saw Li Bufan's various gadgets, and Li Bufan had a further understanding of the strength of Marvel superpowers. Can't underestimate it. Even if reality is not a movie, these superpowers do not have the protagonist's aura, but he also does not, and these experienced superpowers, strong on-the-spot adaptability, also taught him an extremely important lesson. Okay then. In the raging flames, the embarrassed U.S. team shook his head slightly and said, Are these all your gadgets? Honestly, they are really scary. Midair, Li Bufan chuckled lightly and said, Of course not. Let me show you another. Lei Dun. Lei Che. Zizi. Li Bufan, who completed the seal almost instantaneously, burst out a cloud of blue lightning on his right wrist. With his right hand, as the center of the circle, countless folded blue currents appeared, either long or short. The short was less than 1 meter, and the elder was 3 meters. In a circular corridor, the nearest poor bug was hit by the blue electric current, rolled his eyes, and twitched all over. Oh my God! The agents shrank suddenly, their eyes full of horror, as if they had seen a god. This is the first appearance of Lei Dun in the Marvel world. Even Nick Fury exclaimed with a numb scalp. What the hell? Don't tell me. You can control thunder and lightning. Damn, how much you know? Oh my God. The U.S. team's mouth was wide open. Originally, Li Bufan had already shown many gadgets. He thought that the other party should have displayed all of them. Even if they didn't, he couldn't be surprised anymore, but he was wrong. He was shocked again. Take it, Mr. 55. In his relaxed words, Li Bufan flew straight towards the U.S. team like a cannonball. The U.S. team immediately blocked it with a shield, but Li Bufan's Rei-Che turned away and hit the wall on his left. Rumble. In the astonishing explosion, the reinforced concrete blasted all around, dust and smoke, and when the dust and smoke dissipated, a huge hole appeared. The U.S. team turned his face and gave Li Bufan a surprised and puzzled look. It seems to be surprised that Li Bufan didn't attack him. Li Bufan sneered without explaining. Please, brother is not a murderous madman, and he has no intention of being a villain. I have no grievances with you, and I will kill you when I come up. I really think I am crazy. Enough. Enough. Nick Fury shouted. Little guy. No, Mr. Li Bufan, you have thoroughly proven yourself. There is no need to fight anymore. I go. The surrounding agents looked at their boss speechlessly. Just now they could call you a braised egg, not to mention that you went back ironically, but even the little guy didn't call him. It was Mr. Lee Bufan, who was called so respectable. Really? From the heart. What do you look at? Clean the scene immediately. Wanda masters chaos magic, and this skill is extremely magical in the setting of the Marvel Comics world, and it is extremely powerful, even more terrifying than the power of the Phoenix. At first, Lee Bufan thought he was traveling through the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but with the emergence of the X-Men, he discovered that this world is not so simple, at least not a simple Marvel Cinematic Universe. The origin of Wanda's ability follows the comic setting. In the comics, Wanda and Quine are both children of Magneto and mutants. Ability is born. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the superpowers of the two were obtained through Loki's Mind Scepter, which was just fine-tuned. The Mind Scepter triggered the mutant genes hidden in the two of them. As for power, not as buggy as in the comic setting, Wanda is still very strong, but is not too outrageous. Of course, it is also possible that Wanda has not fully developed its own abilities now. If you encounter a stimulus, you may be able to see it. Lee Bufan would not allow such things like runaways to happen. It is based on various factors that Wanda and Quine brothers and sisters will remain anonymous. But what is going on now? Nick Fury quickly explained. I go. Lee Bufan's mouth twitched, and he was extremely speechless. It turned out that everything was because of Magneto and, of course, his wise brother. Didn't S.H.I.E.L.D. and Magneto reach a settlement agreement? It's a pity that Magneto is just playing tricks and temporarily delaying S.H.I.E.L.D. get Wanda and Quine. Magneto King was jealous of Lee Bufan, who suddenly emerged. After folding the big steel teeth and toads, he did not contact Wanda directly, but found Quine instead. Quine knew Nick Fury's thoughts again, so he decisively found Nick Fury and agreed to join S.H.I.E.L.D., with only one condition, that is SHI. This is Wanda's heart. My stupid eldest uncle, what have you done? And my cheap father-in-law. Others are cheating fathers. You cheat your own baby, you are not merciless at all. There are too many slots, and Lee Bufan doesn't know what to say anymore. Fortunately, this little devil still makes sense. Yes, in the eyes of Nick Fury, Lee Bufan has been upgraded from a little to a little devil. Nick Fury let out a sigh of relief. He used to think he could definitely control this little guy, but when so many things happened suddenly, he knew how naive his thoughts were, no different from a 3-year-old kid. Control this little devil? Haha, don't be kidding. It would be nice if he doesn't demolish the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., and he controls it. That's the situation. Nick Fury said, although I have agreed, but if you don't want Wanda to join the Avengers, I can refuse her. Lee Bufan curled his lips and said, the salted egg, don't come with me. I don't know what you are like. If you really want to refuse, you would not agree to Quine at that time. Now you have agreed to refuse again. This will make Wanda suspicious. Marinated eggs? Nick Fury was going crazy, gritted his teeth, and said, Mr. Lee, you can call me the Chief, or you can call me by my name. Please stop calling me salted egg. Lee Bufan glanced at Nick Fury complainingly and vomited. Please, you are the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., so you have a little bit of strength? What's the matter with you? Damn it. Nick Fury said hello to the Negro. What are you doing well? Okay, what you say is what you say. Lee Bufan waved his hand and said generously, Little Nick. Little Nick? Nick Fury. Lee Bufan said, forget it, just join, but I have one condition. You are not allowed to reveal my true identity to Wanda. Have a short pause. Lee Bufan's expression suddenly turned cold, and he said, don't think it's a trivial thing. Whether it's a fool like Coulson or another fool of S.H.I.E.L.D., if anyone leaks it, I'll keep this accountant on you. Nick Fury took it. Chapter 53, Nick Fury's Request. 3 more. Nick Fury said, there are 2 camps of mutants. One is represented by Professor X, and the other is led by Magneto. Professor X is the wise man among the mutants. S.H.I.E.L.D. also supports Professor X, otherwise it's impossible to hide the school. Oh, Lee Bufan became interested and said with a smile, aren't you afraid of mutants? Nick Fury sneered. Why should you be afraid? Is it Stryker's set of mutant threat theory again? He is an extreme human being. Mutants are also humans, just humans with special abilities. That idiot doesn't want to get along with the mutants, but just thinks about the mutants. Bufan smiled and said, his theory of mutant threats also makes sense. Once upon a time, Neanderthals were the overlords of the Earth, but later, weren't they replaced by Homo sapiens and completely extinct? Nick Fury shook his head and said, they have not been replaced, let alone extinct. Homo sapiens, that is us, still have 1% to 4% of Neanderthal genes in the body. They are just fused with the blood of Homo sapiens. This is an explanation. Bufan smiled, stopped discussing the topic, got up to leave, but was stopped by Nick Fury again. What else is there? Nick Fury stood up and said seriously, although you don't want to work for S.H.I.E.L.D., but please join the Avengers. Huh? Bufan was taken aback, fixedly looking at Nick Fury, thinking for 2 seconds, then suddenly smiled and said, actually, this is your goal, right? Nick Fury was silent. Bufan continued, you hope that Wanda and Quine will join the Avengers, but I've already warned you severely. Even if Quine finds you, you can delay it. You don't have to agree to it immediately, but you still agreed. Your purpose is not Wanda at all, but me, right? The voice is calm, but the expression is getting colder and colder, unleashing a terrifying power. God. Nick Fury has set off a stormy sea in his heart. Is this kid really only 18 years old? I've said so much before, and the performance is so perfect. I can't fool his eyes, and he can see through it at a glance. This is so spicy. Nick Fury couldn't believe it at all. Bufan said coldly, little Nick, I won't say that no one has ever dared to count me, but I can tell you that those who want to count me all die terribly. Cold sweat. Nick Fury had already let out a cry of cold sweat on his back, soaking the shirt underneath. He knew he had to say something, and he knew he could no longer play tricks. I didn't want to calculate you, just what happened in New Mexico. You already know that this universe is not only our Earth, this time is Asgard. Who will it be next time? The Earth is getting more and more danger. We must prepare early. That's your business. What does it have to do with me? Nick Fury said anxiously. How can it be okay? Under the cover of the nest, there will be no eggs. If the Earth is in crisis and the world is destroyed, you can't be alone. More importantly, you have this ability. I have no interest in saving the world. Bufan interrupted roughly. Nick Fury was extremely speechless. Bufan said, little Nick, do you know why I didn't do it at S.H.I.E.L.D.? Because no one can order me whatever I want, do what I want. Nick Fury's eyes lit up, and he keenly caught the subtext under Bufan's words, and immediately said, you can rest assured, as long as you join the Avengers, you are the Avengers General Council. For frontline combat, you are my spokesperson with supreme rights, and all heroes are under your control. The Avengers General Council? Bufan smiled. What is this? Does the Avengers have this position? Nick Fury said, not before, but 3 seconds ago there was. You can rest assured that if the Avengers can solve the trouble, it will definitely not disturb you, and it will not delay you too much time. Besides, Wanda is also in the Avengers. You can't watch her appear in danger, right? Chapter 54 Mutant Brotherhood. For more, just when Bufan left S.H.I.E.L.D. and even closed the office door, Nick Fury's expression changed suddenly, as if he had been greatly humiliated, roared frantically, all kinds of vulgar curses, machine guns. It seems to stand out. Well, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the conversation just now was indeed humiliating. Boom! Suddenly, there was a crisp sound from the office next door, as if the vase had fallen on the floor. Nick Fury clenched his fist and roared, damn. You all come in. Come in if you want to. Don't be so sneaky. 10 seconds later, Natasha, Coulson, and the U.S. team appeared in Nick Fury's office. They all seemed to be holding back a smile. Damn it. Nick Fury blushed old. Coulson glanced at Nick Fury's bald head and was about to open his mouth. Nick Fury roared. Don't mention the marinated egg. Natasha said, little. Nick Fury shouted again. Don't mention Nick. Natasha and Coulson looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. They weren't going to mention this, right? After holding back for about 10 seconds, Nick Fury suddenly burst into laughter. That nasty little bastard. If I can, I really want to break his small brain and see how his brain is structured. Oh, how bad is a person's character to be so venomous? Coulson and Natasha both showed knowing smiles. Coulson said, "Boss, are you sure you want to do this?" Nick Fury said, "What?" Coulson said, "Let the little devil join the Avengers," and appointed him as the Avengers General Counsel. Nick Fury said, "Please, Agent Coulson, didn't you hear that? I've already saved the face of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and asked him to join the Avengers." Of course it is true. The little devil hasn't agreed yet. Coulson frowned and said, "Is this wrong?" Natasha also said, "Director Fury, Lee has demonstrated extraordinary abilities, but the abilities he demonstrated are not strong enough to make you condescend, and there is no need to set up an Avenger General Counsel for him." Position. Nick Fury nodded and said, "Now he is really unnecessary." But Dash had a short pause. Nick Fury looked at the U.S. team and said, "Steve, did you know that just a few days ago, Lee showed us his ability? At that time, he was a perfect shooter and a super fighter. Know some magic." The U.S. team frowned slightly. "You mean?" Nick Fury looked solemnly. "It's what you understand. The flying ability, thunder and lightning ability, and incredible body skills were all developed in just a few days." The U.S. team was shocked. "How is this possible?" "I also think it's impossible." Nick Fury nodded. "The only explanation is that he retained most of his strength when the agent was assessed. What happened just now? Everyone thinks that he is doing his best, but he has to pay it back. Like last time." The U.S. team sighed softly. "If that's the case, it would be incredible. To be honest, he is really a terrifying little guy." Nick Fury said, "Of course it's horrible. Having this kind of terrifying ability is actually nothing, but the point is that he is really a little devil, doing his own way, recklessly, this kind of enchantment. Only within my field of vision can I feel relieved. Otherwise, I'm afraid only God knows what earth-shattering things he will do." The U.S. team took it seriously and nodded in approval. But what he didn't know was that there was another thing Nick Fury didn't say. Who can enter the Avengers? Who is not a big one? Isn't Yuli Bufan not observing the order? Okay, then I will let you be the person who issues the order. As for whether those people listen or not, it depends on your own ability. The Brooklyn coastline is an absolutely hidden place. From the outside, it is just a cliff, but there's a neat and narrow. In the wide silver hall, Magneto looked into the distance through the round window, thinking about something. The Red Devil Asatso twisted his neck and said, "Boss, what are you waiting for? The shield waste has been delayed. We should do it now to bring Wanda and Quine back. The Brotherhood needs they, and they also need the Brotherhood." Torrent Llanos contemptuously said, "To be honest, boss, I think you are too conservative in this matter. Shield's trash is not our opponent at all. We don't need to pay attention to them at all, and directly put Quine and Wanda. Just bring it back. They were originally ours." "No, Torrent, you have made things simple, and even Shield has made things simpler." Magneto shook his head and turned around and said, "I told you that you should never despise any opponent. Contempt, arrogance, and arrogance will bring failure and destruction. Shield, that is the agency responsible for handling supernatural events across the country. How could it not have its own cards? And, as far as I know, they have a very good relationship with Charles. If we ignore it at all, the X-Men will join in. At that time, the situation will become complicated, and a simple thing will become complicated." The White Queen Emma chuckled. "Eric, we are not afraid of the X-Men at all. And don't they keep against us?" Magneto shook his head and said, "You don't understand. Although I don't agree with Charles's philosophy, there's one thing in common. We are all fighting for the destiny of mutants. Charles made sacrifices for our compatriots. Too much, too much. If we have to, we can't have a conflict with the X-Men. Infighting will only make humans look at jokes, and it will also hurt both sides, allowing humans to take advantage of the ready-made." The three nodded. The White Queen said, Then what should I do now? The Red Devil had a full face and said with a strange smile, Boss, I'm HO. Although Degangia and Toad are our compatriots, they are just trash. You shouldn't send them to perform that task. Torrent Genos believes in himself. If I had acted with the Red Devil, I would have brought Wanda and Quine back long ago. Yes, Magneto thought for 2 seconds, then sighed softly. But it's not their fault, it's not anyone's fault. No one knows that the little man of Wanda is actually his superpower, maybe even our compatriots. He pulled off the Toad's long tongue, but didn't kill the Toad. He just hoped that the Toad would return to spread the word for him. Huh. The Red Devil had a strange expression, as if he had heard an extremely absurd thing, and said, The kid said, as long as we pester Wanda, it will show us good looks. Are all the boys so arrogant now? Gia, a trash without self-knowledge. Torrent Genos said helplessly, If it hadn't been for the boss to stop him, I would have cleaned up that kid long ago. The White Queen said, It's not too late, Eric, do it. Magneto said in a deep voice, This time, I don't allow it, and there won't be any accidents. We can't wait any longer. All of us are dispatched to bring back Wanda and Quine, and then leave Brooklyn. At this time, whoosh, it was like a meteor piercing the sky and galloping towards the base. Magneto's pupil shrank suddenly. The White Queen, the Red Devil, and Torrent immediately got up and came to the side of the Magneto King and saw this scene. The White Queen said with a stunned look, What's that? Cannonball. Magneto narrowed his eyes. People. Torrent Genos' body was shocked, and he was surprised. It's the kid who doesn't know the height of the sky. He stared, unable to understand what the eyes saw, and said speechlessly, God. We didn't go to him. He came to us first. What he wants to do, there's no such thing as death. The Red Devil, Gia smiled strangely. Boss, do you need me to kill him immediately? No. Magneto shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice, His ability seems to have evolved again. He has become stronger and stronger. I am very interested in him. Open the door and let him in. I want to follow him. Have a good chat. Okay, boss. The Red Devil agreed. Chapter 56 Abilities? Thought power drives objects. 2 more. Gee. Bufan's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help whistling. This gambling red envelope is interesting. Accept or reject. Bufan was born an adventurous person. How could he refuse such an interesting gamble? Decisively accept. System. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. You have won the red envelope reward for gambling. The reward items have been put into the red envelope space, and the host can check it by yourself. Task. Complete this purpose and completely dispel Magneto's idea of the Scarlet Witch. This is the first S-level red envelope reward, and it is impossible not to expect it. Bufan moved his mind and immediately scanned the red envelope space. Item. Thought Force drives objects. Attributes. Special item skills abilities. Quality. S-grade medium. Classified. Medium. High. World. Superpower out of control. Special effects. Ability. Thought Force driving objects. Controlled distance. 0-100 meters. Weight. 1 ton. Speed. 10 meters per second. Long-range mage is a long-range mage, and the melee ability is real.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.